Hello, what's up, everybody? Shazar, Locust, 10 bucks, Fitted On, Person, Rasta, Surfin, Anktar, Heroes, and Diamonds. Hope everybody's having a good day. It is Wednesday. It is the 17th of June, and we're going to finish this game tonight. No matter what it takes. Because I am not streaming. Want to start something new on Sunday. What was that track? It's called Télécabine in French, which means cable car, by Honey for Petsy. It's a very funny name if you know the Petsy comic book. Very popular in Switzerland. I'm assuming also in Germany, probably. Yeah, it's a Swiss band. It was part of that sort of Swiss post-rock wave of the early 2000s. Very good. So, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Is Petsy actually like properly Swiss? I think it is. I think it's like just proper Swiss. Oh wait, no, it's Danish. Interesting. Yeah, it's a Danish cartoon. Well, comic book. Interesting. It's not a hedgehog. It's a bear. I'm pretty sure, because he eats honey and crepes all the time. What comic? Petsy. You're from Denmark, but unless you're 40 plus, you might not even know about it. It's a very old cartoon. Well, comic book again. 41? Yeah, Petsy. Yeah, little bear going on adventures. It's the original comic books from the 50s, but it was still pretty popular when I was a kid, at least in Switzerland. Yeah, loved Petsy when I was a kid. It's the reason why I grew up being such a fan of crepes. And my grandmother would always make piles of crepes just like in Petsy. Just because I wanted it. Very nice. Song reminded me of some Radiohead backing. Oh yeah, I can see it a little bit. I mean, it's, yeah. I sort of see it in the guitars, I guess. Rasmus Klump is the name in Danish? But is that the name of the... Oh yeah, Rasmus Klump. That's true. I don't know why it's a different name. French. Yeah, you're right. Probably because Rasmus Klump is a very weird name for a little bear, at least from the perspective of someone who speaks French, right? Even in Danish, it's a weird name, yeah. Yeah, interesting. It's funny because I don't think I remember any of the like actual stories. It's not something that stuck to my mind like some Tintin stories or adventures. Probably because I was much younger, but you know. Can't really remember any of the actual, any of the actual plots. But anyway, how about we start playing the game so I can finish it as soon as possible. I don't know how much more of the game is left, and I will finish this game tonight no matter what. Expect speedy gameplay tonight.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
This guy has nothing
Yes, sir.
to say about Ashley, which is kind of weird. You would expect everyone to have at least something to
Commander, I know it couldn't have been easy for you down there. Making the call between Alenko and Williams must have been... I'm sorry, sir. I don't know if I could have done it.
say. Pray you never have to.
There is no right choice for something like that. I just hope I never have to go through it again.
No, I'm not blaming you, Commander. I'm just... I mean, it's hard, you know?
Saren's still out there, Joker. Hold it together. We need you.
Don't worry, I won't let you down. I want to be there when you make that son of a bitch pay.
Yeah, let's not worry about... Let's not worry about a soldier. We have an actual mission to do. That Megan Fox is a good turn. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna talk to Kaiden last, because supposedly he would be the one with the most things to say about this.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Apparently
Goodbye,
not.
Commander.
Commander, are you coming to check up on me?
Are you okay?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed
I'm
with
pretty
her
sure we've
knowledge
had
of the
that
Asari
exact
physiology.
conversation the first time we've done the joining.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I've been thinking about Saren. I actually feel a little sorry for him now.
Because he's being manipulated, I guess.
He's the last person I'd feel sorry for.
He is trapped inside his own mind. Part of him senses his identity slowly being swallowed up by Sovereign, but he is powerless to stop it. I wonder how he first fell into Sovereign's trap. Did he think he could somehow stop the Reapers from returning? Or was he simply driven by a lust for power and glory?
There's something interesting there that they don't really touch on, which could have been a really nice way of sort of bringing this together, which is Liara empathizes with Saren's situation because her mom went through the same thing. That would have been a nice way of, you know, working on that sort of theme. But they're not really direct. Maybe that's the implication, but they're not really addressing it directly. Yeah, did he think he could stop the Reapers from returning? Was he simply driven by a lust for power and glory? I mean, it doesn't sound like he was trying to stop them, but again, it could be already way too far gone for that to a thing he expresses. We'll never know.
Whatever Saren's reasons may have been, they're long gone now. He has to be stopped.
Yes, I suppose you're right. He may be Sovereign's victim, but he is also a threat to all life as we know it. Let's not spend every free minute talking about Saren. It is bad enough we are chasing him across the galaxy.
I think it's interesting because
Goodbye, Commander.
there's definitely something more to explore here with the idea of not only how it relates to Benezia, but also just Saren and himself. We're trying to kill a guy who's basically just a puppet, essentially, for... Oh! Oh! Look at them! Hey, nerds! It's good to see you. So, you know, it could there could potentially be some interesting ethical decisions there. as to what to do with Saren, considering he might not be completely
Something I can do
responsible for his actions.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Hey, Shepard. Do you need something?
I should go.
Man,
See you later.
I really thought after such a massive main story beat that every character would have something to say. But no, it doesn't look like it. We'll see what Ashley has to... Oh, wait. No, we won't. Who's gonna take care of the guns now?
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
That's the
I don't
same.
have time for this.
Oh. Goodbye, Commander.
I didn't want to be that rude. But yeah, actually, I do not have time for this.
Commander, things got heated back on Vermeer. You did what you had to do. I respect your choice.
Yeah, Rex and I got a little bit in each other's face, huh? Did what you had to do. I respect your choice. Good.
I appreciate what you did, Rex. I won't forget it.
Just make sure it was worth it. Saren has to pay for what he's done.
Oh, he will.
No matter what it takes, I'm gonna hunt him down and kill him.
I like the sound of that.
So
Right.
long, Rex.
Shepard.
Shepard.
Alright. How about you, nerds?
You have my gratitude, Commander. Most people would have left our team behind. The captain considers the mission a success. I defer to his judgment.
Of course.
Glad I could help.
Good luck, Commander Shepard.
I'm not even gonna look at the wares because we have too much stuff anyway.
It was an honor working with you, Commander Shepard. Despite the losses, our mission was a success. My superiors will duly honor Chief Williams for her actions. Her sacrifice has earned humanity a great deal of respect from my people.
See? That goes back to what I was saying yesterday. This is such an interesting conclusion for Ashley's story. That she ends up being honored by the people who for dying with alongside the people who she originally didn't trust. Just as a general, monolithic entity of aliens, right? What an interesting little sort of conclusion to her story. Again, provided that she's actually dead. Again, we haven't seen her die on screen, so I'm very suspicious that she'll have a return, unexpected return at some point. We'll see. We'll see if that turns out to be the truth. If I don't see someone die in front of my eyes, I don't believe they're dead. I don't want your respect. I'll miss her. We all face tough choices. Dun, 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 dun.
She knew what the risks were. Any of my officers would have done the same.
Of course, the grim reality that every soldier must accept. Rest assured, Commander, my men and I will not forget what you have accomplished here. We will leave your ship as soon as you reach your next destination. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to work together again someday.
Aw. Could have stayed. A little more people. I don't mind.
Looking for supplies?
Sure.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
The only thing I would be interested in is new Spectre gear. But it doesn't look like there's an upgrade to it. So everything else is... That's a lot of damage. Oh, that's the... Isn't that the one that... No. I have a copy of this one, I think. I didn't like it. Too fast, not enough power in each shot. My conclusion there. Kaiden. Alright. If he doesn't have anything meaningful to say, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Yeah, you gotta have that mandatory 5 seconds of eye contact first.
Anything you need, Commander?
I don't know. Talk about the big fucking elephant in the room, maybe?
I wanted to see how you're dealing with Ash's death.
Dealing, sir. Sorry for anything I said back there. Adrenaline.
I understand.
I don't like losing people either, Alenko.
I've served for years, but never lost a soldier under my command. Not to hostile action, anyway. If you don't mind my asking, how did you deal with the losses on Akuz?
I vowed to do better. I grieved later. They did their duty. That's a good question. I grieved later.
I didn't stop and agonize over it while everyone else was in danger. We've got work to do, Alenko.
That was a little harsher than I
remember her later.
expected.
You're right. I can't let this get to me. Not now, anyway. Thanks for the advice, sir.
It was a little harsher than I wanted.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
We're all in for the duration. You can count on everyone to do their duty.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Input? Hell, I don't know. We're fighting giant machines from outside the galaxy. Should I be afraid of them? Or in awe of them? Anything so old, so intelligent.
They're old, all right? What is that for an answer? We'll beat them, just do the job.
Yeah, they've been around a while. So were the Turians. We gave them a boot in the ass.
I think we're gonna need a bigger boot.
This is so silly. This is... Wow. What a weird exchange about a million... Like, an ancestral threat to the galaxy. What a weird exchange. This feels so off, tone-wise. It's so funny. I mean, it's funny, but it feels like it shouldn't be funny. Now's not the time for fun. But hey, at least we got confidence.
We'll talk another time.
All right, well,
Commander?
Kaiden remains not a very interesting character. I'll say that. Well, there's, you know, 2 more games for him to do something meaningful. Oh god, I'm going the wrong way. Kaiden making me regret saving his ass.
I forwarded the mission update to the Citadel, Commander. We got confirmation on those reinforcements. Ambassador Udino wants us to report back to the Citadel. The Council's massing a joint species fleet to deal with Saren and his Geth.
Ooh. Council doing something. Alright, let's go.
Back to the Citadel, Joker. I want the Normandy at the head of that fleet.
Yes, sir.
Good job, Shepard. Thanks to you, the Council's finally taking real action against Saren.
The Ambassador is correct. If Saren is foolish enough to attack the Citadel, as you believe, we will be ready for him.
Patrols are stationed at every mass relay linking Citadel space to the Terminus systems.
I'm not sure I have any suspicion that he was attacking the Citadel. I thought he was going to Ilos to find a conduit. Maybe I missed something. What about Ilos?
How many ships are you sending to attack Ilos?
Ilos is only accessible through the Mu relay, deep inside the Terminus systems, Commander. If we send a fleet in there, the only possible outcome is full-scale war.
Now is the time for discretion, Commander. Saren's greatest weapon was secrecy. Exposed, he is no longer a threat. This is over.
Yeah, so their mobilization doesn't seem to be exactly what we expected there, huh? It's not as much as going after Saren than pretending to protect Citadel, which gives him Saren free reign to do whatever he wants. Which again goes back to what I was thinking, which is I'm getting increasing feelings that the Council may be in cahoots with Saren. So, mindful of that. What about the conduit?
Secrecy isn't his greatest weapon. The conduit is.
Saren is a master manipulator. The conduit is just a distraction from his real plan to attack the Citadel.
Sovereign's the real threat. Saren's just a servant of the Reapers.
Only you have seen the Reapers, and then only in visions. We won't invade the Terminus systems because of a dream.
Bunch of fools! Send me after him.
One ship going into the Terminus systems won't start a war. I can be discreet.
You detonated a nuclear device on Vermeer. I wouldn't call that discreet.
Your style served you well in the Traverse, Commander. We recognize that. But Ilos requires a deft touch. We have the situation under control.
What do you mean? See, the council, I'm telling you, the council's working against us. They're not actually trying to help. This is all a sham. I'm seeing through their plan.
If Saren finds the conduit, we're all screwed. We have to go to Ilos.
Ambassador Udina, I get the sense Commander Shepard isn't willing to let this go.
There are serious political implications here, Shepard. Humanity's made great gains thanks to you, but now you're becoming more trouble than you're worth.
You bastard! You're selling us out!
It's just politics, Commander. You've done your job, now let me do mine. We've locked out all the Normandy's primary systems until further notice you're grounded.
God damn it. You son of a bitch. Stupid, this is a mistake. Fucking Udina, man. I have no patience for him today.
Nobody stabs me in the back, Udina. Nobody.
I think it's time for you and your team to leave, Commander. This no longer concerns you. The Council can handle this, with my help, of course.
Udina is literally just working to get himself elected councilor or something. I think that's his master plan.
Commander, I've got a message from Captain Anderson.
How do you know I'm here? What does that mean? Giving a message? Wait, hold on. I don't know what that line means. I'm gonna...
Are you spying on me, Joker?
No, sir. Just knew you were on the ship and figured I'd pass the message on.
Yeah, I mean it...
The captain said to meet him at Flux.
Where else would I
that
be?
club down in the wards.
Oh, are we gonna go gamble with Anderson? Okay, we're going on a Citadel. I'm gonna take Garrus, and I'm gonna take... Tally, probably. Yeah, why not?
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Thank you, VI. Race against time, Sovereign. Yeah. What a race against time when we're grounded and unable to move out. Freaking politicians, man, always getting in our way. Let's go. Let's go gamble in Flux with Captain Anderson.
Alliance officials report that a Geth incursion into the Armstrong cluster has been repulsed, with the Geth suffering heavy casualties. In the event of future Geth activity, the Alliance plans to maintain a strong security presence in the area.
It's been a bit since we've been at the Citadel, yeah. Hopefully we're not gonna get 8,000 side quests. Warren, thank you for the tier 3, 46 months. That's almost 4 years. Getting close, getting close. Thank you, Warren. Hope you've been doing well. And Warren, you will be remembered. What's good?
When I first arrived on the Citadel, I spent nearly...
What am I saving my last point for? Just in case we get a Intimidate to unlock, right? I always want those to be maxed out. So if I get a point, I want to be able to put it in immediately. Which I think would happen if I reach here. No.
3 hours being questioned by the officers here before they would let me enter the wards.
We'll see, we'll see. How do I get to the wards? That brings me to the Presidium. I can get to the wards on the other side. But do I want to? Yeah, maybe.
Alliance
actually,
officials
yeah.
have raided a dangerous cult controlled by a former Alliance officer, Major Kyle. Major Kyle surrendered and is now being treated for severe post-traumatic stress disorder.
Major Kyle is such a common name for a character like that. Quite funny. Alright, let's see if I can find Udina. Probably not, but... I want to give Udina a piece of my mind. Nah, he's not there. Coward. Hey, Din Kolak.
The EarthClan Spectre has returned to speak with me.
I really love how sarcastic he sounds.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, EarthClan.
Surprised welcome. You have returned, human. Genuine inquiry. What may I do for you this day?
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell.
Yeah, my only sort of like only thing I'm a little sad about is those characters.
Enjoy your time on the...
They seem so interesting, and you don't really get any progression with them. Like even just, I would have loved if there was a little like story in between those two here, that every time we return to the Citadel kind of progresses together. Even if it's just like a few lines of dialogue, right? That would have made it a bit more exciting to see them and more interesting. But yeah, it seems like there's really nothing of interest after the...
Thank you for all your help.
Sort of like the first few side quests in the Citadel. Right? Oh, well, that's okay. I'm just gonna walk through, see if I can see anything, but go to the wards. I feel like the game's been generally pretty good at making sure you don't miss any side content. Either by giving you the information through like the elevator things, or having Hackett contact you on your ship.
Where there was only darkness, the enkindlers gave light. Where there was only ignorance, the enkindlers gave wisdom.
Admiral Kahoku, a respected member of the Alliance military, has passed away. The veteran soldier who won the love of his troops during conflict with the Batarians died of natural causes.
That's not true.
Kahoku is survived by his wife and 3 children, who are planning a small private memorial service.
That is very not true. Why they would say that? Oh. I guess they're trying to hide the existence of Cerberus? Why?
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia.
Pretending they're more in control. They are.
A devoted wife.
Yeah,
and
we've every time I get out of this elevator, there's a loud sound, and I never... I don't think I ever knew what it was. Who's this guy? This guy wants to talk to me. I can tell.
Excuse me, you're the Spectre, right?
Sorry, I didn't want to take my weapon out. That was a misclick.
Commander Shepard, it is an honor to speak with you.
Oh boy. Well, he's not Conrad Werner, so at least there's that. What do you want? Explain. Why am I so curt today? What do you want? Like, there's no like neutral option, which is like, oh, hey, can I help you? No, it's immediately like super curt or thankful.
What's this demonstration about?
I'm Charles Saraceno of the Terra Firma Party. With Armistice Day coming soon, we're making our voices heard by the alien appeasers on the Presidium. Can I count on your support in the next election?
Oh. I remember hearing about Terra Firma, right? Oh man, Ashley would love this.
You're marking the end of the First Contact War with a protest?
As we have every year for the last 26 years. The war taught humanity a lesson that some would forget. If we don't stand up for ourselves, no one else will.
I thought the lesson of the First Contact War was that there's other life in the galaxy, and they have opinions too.
Perhaps so, Commander. But if aliens feel free to express their opinions at gunpoint, why shouldn't we?
What happened at the mass relay was a misunderstanding. If you saw a child about to touch a gun, wouldn't you stop them?
I'd pull them away, yes. I wouldn't shoot them dead.
I mean, okay, that second sentence, he's got a point. Garrus's analogy doesn't really work, but I get the idea.
What are you running for?
I'm seeking one of the 5 spacer seats in Parliament. They have certain Baroque conditions for a citizen to be able to vote for them. You have to spend more than 6 months a year in space, but you can't have stayed in any one settled system for more than a month. You do spend most of your time in space, Commander.
I don't know Terra Firma's platform. What do you stand for?
Our core value is that Earth must stand firm against alien influences, politically, culturally, and in the worst case, militarily.
But many of your subordinates make this a point of race, not politics.
Excuse me, I don't believe human politics are any of your business.
Turian spaceport is yours. Of course we're concerned about your leadership.
Interesting. It's good that Garrus is there, because that's an interesting interaction there that we would have missed otherwise. I don't know exactly what "there's a bigger picture" implies, so I'm gonna pick that just to see.
We live in this galaxy, Mr. Saraceno.
Right, okay.
We can't pretend that what we do affects no one else.
No, of course not. My apologies. I only meant to point out that other species have no right to interfere in alliance politics.
Earth must walk alone, goodbye, or the appeasers are right.
Sorry. I believe we need to work peacefully with other races.
We've heard that before in human history. Well-meaning naivete leads to declarations of peace in our time. We can't allow anything like Shan-Shi to happen again. I don't suppose I could convince you to issue a public statement of support for my candidacy.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
the support
Charles.
of the first human Spectre would be invaluable.
You are shit out of luck.
The occupation of Shan-Shi couldn't happen again. We weren't even sure there were aliens to garrison against back then.
It's still a powerful symbol, Commander. Shan-Shi is the only human territory ever occupied by an alien species.
I won't support you, I can't support you, or you have my support. Interesting nuance there. Like, oh, I can't because I have to remain neutral. Or I don't want to. I won't support you.
You have the right to your opinion, Mr. Saraceno. But with all due respect, I disagree with it.
I understand. I'm glad you support the democratic process, at least. Thank you for your time, Commander. Remember Terra Firma on Election Day, because Terra Firma remembers you.
Oh, they're stealing my shtick! They're stealing my fucking line!
No blood for aliens!
Maybe Terra Firma is better than I thought. Maybe I should reconsider. Maybe I should reconsider my opinion there. Can we talk about this again?
I have to work the crowd, Commander. Maybe we can do lunch sometime?
Yeah, keep working the crowd. They're doing great. Codex entry. Terra Firma is an alliance political party formed after the First Contact War. Its policy agenda is based on the principle that Earth must stand firm against alien influences. It covers a variety of legislation. Recent activities by Terra Firma include opposition to a law requiring high school alien language study, a proposal to increase tariffs on alien imports, and leading a popular movement to mark the First Contact War with a public holiday. 2006, by the way. Roughly when this was written. 20 years later, what have we learned? Nothing. Yeah. Though founded by well-meaning individuals who feared the submersion of native human cultures under a wave of alien vogue, terra firma's agenda attracts many jingoists and xenophobes. Very interesting. Hey, Chloe Michelle.
Yes, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
You're a doctor.
I chose to keep
Yeah,
the
it's
med.
the same things she always says. Unfortunate. I would have wished for.
Yes, Commander. Is there something
No.
I can do for you?
God damn it.
You're a doctor.
I chose to.
That's what I want. Doesn't have anything new. That's fine. Just wanted to see if she had new Medigel upgrade or whatever. Bye, Chloe Michelle. You were one of my favorites. I wish you had more story. I wish I could romance you. Oh yeah, there's this nerd down there. I'm assuming he doesn't have anything new, but...
Hey, Commander Shepard. Good to see you again. Anything you need?
No.
I have to go.
Right.
I'm
You're
almost-
probably real busy.
I'm almost
See you
sad
around, Commander.
Conrad Werner... I'm sad that we hurt Conrad Werner's feeling. Part of me almost wanted to see where this would have gone. Went? Where this would have went. Anything new around here? Oh, same character. Emily Wong also, we haven't seen her again. Wish there were more to that. And what's the other person's name? Aljail or whatever, like the interviewer that tried to interview us. But it was a fight starting. Firma folks are allowed. Oh!
Pardon me, soldier. Could I take a moment of your time?
Elias Keeler.
Soldier, I've got a major situation, and I need help from somebody with humanity's interests at heart.
What is it?
It's Commander, actually. What do you want?
Of course, right to business. That's why humanity has the best damn fleet in the galaxy. My name is Elias Keeler. I'm an alliance negotiator. We've got a big session coming up with the Solarians. You wouldn't believe what's riding on this. I'm fighting for humanity on this one, just like you are.
Alright, cut the act.
Don't try to sell me on this. Just tell me what you want.
I need you to buy a mental stimulant for me. It's legal, but restricted. I've purchased the monthly limit, and I need more from the medbay.
What is this stimulant exactly?
Oh, I don't know the medical terms, but it increases mental capacity, short-term recall, that sort of thing. It helps me stay focused, and it keeps me sharp. Nothing gets by me when I'm on it.
If you know the monthly limits, why did you go over them?
The negotiations were supposed to be last week, but the Solarians stalled it, probably deliberately. If I don't get the stimulant, I'll be a wreck. My assistant will take over, and that would be a disaster.
What's wrong with him?
Is your assistant incompetent or just inexperienced?
Worse. He's an alien sympathizer. My assistant wants to bend over backwards for the Citadel races. He wants to show them we're reasonable. No race will respect us until we show them who's in charge. That's what it took with the Turians. Yeah, forget my assistant.
Why is this deal so important?
The Solarians want to set up long-term trade agreements. There are billions of credits at stake. If I don't get the drug, my assistant will take over and mess up the whole deal. It would be a disaster.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
You should put some trust in your assistant. Didn't you train him?
My assistant wants to bend over backwards for the Citadel races. He wants to show them we're reasonable.
See, he's so on
no
drugs
race
that he's
will
repeating
respect us
himself.
until we show them who's in charge. That's what it took with the Turians. Yeah, forget my assistant.
You're an addict.
Keeler, you've got a problem. You need to get treatment.
It might look that way from the outside, but this is just a one-time slip-up.
Uh-huh.
All the top negotiators are on stimulants close to the legal limit. It's the way the game is played.
That the game is wrong. Don't be an idiot.
I don't see all the top negotiators soliciting help to go over the legal limit, Keeler.
Maybe you're right. I've been trying to keep humanity strong, and maybe I've pushed myself too hard. I'll tell you what, this will be the last time I use the stimulant. After this deal is finished, I'll get treatment.
No, you'll go now, or you need help.
You won't be doing humanity any favors if you overdose during negotiations. Get help now.
You don't understand. Humanity needs me, and I need that stimulant. Without it, I don't know anymore. I get so tired when I run out of the stimulant. I just need one more boost.
Listen to yourself.
That sounds like an addict talking, Keeler. What does it take to convince you?
You're right. I'll go tell my assistant. I shouldn't be working like this. I'll get help. I'm just sorry it came to this.
Well, that's a situation well dealt with. Funny, all these little very short side quests that we're getting. Charles Saraceno of the terra firma party approached you on the Citadel seeking support. You decline. And you have convinced Mr. Killer to seek treatment for his drug addiction. Negotiation will be handled by his assistant. That sounds like a much better outcome, frankly. Oh, there's Captain Anderson. I don't have time for gambling today. Oh, Captain Anderson's in casual wear today. Look at him. He looks 10 years younger. What's up, DJ?
I'm glad you came, Shepard. I heard what happened.
Now I know how you felt. Udina sold me out. You could have helped me.
The Normandy's been grounded.
I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to warn you, but there was no way to get a message to you before you docked. I know you're pissed off right now, but you can't give up. They all think this is over, but we both know it's not. You have to go to Ilos. You have to stop Saren from using the conduit.
Sure, how?
There's only one ship that can get me into the Terminus systems undetected, and she's grounded.
Citadel controls locked out all the Normandy's systems, but if we override the Ambassador's orders, we can get them to bring the Normandy back online. You can be in the Terminus systems before anyone even knows you're gone.
If we steal the Normandy, you're the one left holding the bag.
And if Saren finds the conduit, life as we know it is over. The Reapers will destroy us. Humans, Asari, everybody. You're the only one who can stop him, Shepard. So I'll do whatever it takes to get you on the Normandy and off this station.
All right. Anderson's a real one. Love that. What about my crew?
Stealing the Normandy is mutiny. What if the crew won't help me?
The Normandy's your ship now, Commander. Her crew will follow you to the ends of the galaxy. We both know that.
Thank you, Captain.
I won't forget this, Captain. I promise.
I can unlock the Normandy from one of the consoles in the Citadel Control Center. You'll have a few minutes before anyone realizes what happened.
That's a restricted area patrolled by armed guards. How are you going to get in?
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're in the Normandy when the systems come back online.
It's too dangerous. Any other options? Oh, okay. So we're worried about Anderson's well-being here, huh?
There's got to be a better way.
Ambassador Udina issued the lockdown order. If I can hack into the computer in his office, maybe I can override it.
He won't just stand by while you use his computer.
Hopefully he won't be there. If he is, I'll just have to think of something.
The ambassador won't forgive
Yeah,
this,
just punch him in the nose.
He'll be charged with treason, a capital offense.
We don't have a lot of options. I break into the ambassador's computer, or I take my chances with the patrols in Citadel Control.
Oh shit, we have to make a choice? Oh, god damn it. I think I'm gonna let him decide. Like, it's his plan. He's gonna have to put himself on the line. He should have the choice of, you know.
It's your call, Captain.
I'll break into the ambassador's office. He made this personal.
I like that.
You ready to get the hell off this station, Commander?
Let's go. I'm ready.
Let's do it.
I'll take care of the lockdown. You get down to the Normandy and tell Joker to stand by.
Fuck yeah. Exciting. Let's get this done. We'll go back to the Normandy, right? Yep. Alright. This is it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it you know, you don't have to take the decision, and on top of that, it makes sense because I mean, he's the one that's gonna have to do it, so it's his plan in the first place. Whatever he feels more comfortable doing is what he probably should do, instead of us deciding. It's not a cop-out. It's just, yeah, like you said, preserving one's autonomy.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced plans to direct Hamlet with Elcor.
Yeah, we know about that. Alright. Nobody's doing anything to stop us. We're good. Nope, that's not where I want to go. I want to go there.
A research station on Noveria has reportedly been destroyed. The exact cause is currently unknown. Given the research conducted on Noveria, many are blaming the destruction on an experiment gone awry. Administrator Anoleus currently faces criminal charges as a result of the disaster, although the nature of the charges remains unclear.
Free reign.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination.
Oh boy. Well. Oh shit!
Anderson, what are you doing here? I didn't send.
Get us out of here, Joker. Now.
He actually punched him in the face. That is so funny. I thought it was gonna be a little more subtle, but you know. I love it. Hopefully, Captain Anderson doesn't face the death penalty for this. Yeah, that was beautiful. I love the way he just came in that room. Like, you could tell he was about to punch that nerd. Yeah, no hesitation. He was already, like, he was ready to go. As soon as the doors opened, the dude was leaning as he was taking the corner. He was leaning into it. He was already ready to punch. There was not a single moment of doubt. He knew exactly what he was gonna do. He saw that in his mind before. He was, I hope the guy's there. I hope he's there and I'm gonna fucking punch him. He was praying for this. Beautiful. What's up, Sirius Black? What's up, Quasi? What's up, Real L? Amazing. Love it. Absolutely love it. Captain Anderson's a real one. Definitely one of my favorite characters in the game too.
Oh, damn it, no sign of pursuit? I was hoping the Council would send some ships after us. I was looking forward to putting the Normandy through her paces. Figured I'd get to see what this ship can really do.
Alright, focus, sir.
Saren's still out there. Maybe we'll get a chance to play hide and seek with Sovereign.
You know, it doesn't seem like much fun when you say it, Commander. So you need something?
I have to go.
Okay, Joker. Wow. Does Presley have anything to say about this?
Can't believe we stole the Normandy. I know we'll all be court-martialed if this doesn't work out, but part of me loves this.
I love that everyone's kind of like, yeah, you know what? This is fun. Our band of merry rebels. Everyone's a rebel on this ship. Love it.
It's strange, being a fugitive from the Alliance. This crew has sacrificed everything for you, Shepard. Don't let us down.
Everyone has something to say now.
It's strange.
Ashley dies, nobody has a word to say about it. We steal the ship, everyone's ready to talk. Love it.
This will all be over soon, Shepard. One way or another.
That's true.
This will all be over soon.
It was Ashley after all. Yeah, it doesn't seem like she was that valued of a member of the team, huh? Eye contact. Good 5 seconds, and then we talk.
Anything you need, Commander?
We'll talk another time.
Commander?
Oh wait, unless...
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Input?
Nah.
We're fighting giant machines from outside the galaxy.
I wasn't sure if it was gonna be,
time.
you know, about the Citadel incursion. Excursion? Probably excursion in that case, right?
Looking for supplies?
Not right
no
now.
problem.
Solarian gone. Aw. I was hoping they'd still be there.
Stealing an Alliance ship? Risky stuff. But I'm right behind you, Shepard. It's the least I can do.
Just say it? What? Hold on. What is that about?
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Oh.
Sometimes crazy is the best way to go. I just hope they don't catch us before we get our hands on Saren.
Trust me.
They won't.
With you, anything's possible.
Hell yeah.
So long, Rex.
Hell yeah, Rex is on board. I love that.
Shepard.
I love when Rex approves of my plans. I don't know. He's like, you know, I'm seeking Rex's approval in all this.
I can't believe we stole the Normandy. It's risky, but hopefully it'll pay off.
It's okay.
We'll be fine, Garrus. Just be ready when we find Saren.
Yes, Commander.
Nice. I love that everyone has something to say about this. That's what I hope after everything we do in the game. Just one line. One little line to acknowledge what's happening. I love that.
Heard we're headed into the Terminus systems, Commander. Don't worry, sir. The Normandy's a hell of a ship. She'll get us through this.
Hell yeah. Tally, my favorite.
We're fugitives on the run. Very exciting, Shepard. I wonder what the council would do to us if we got caught.
This is so cool. She's so excited. Like, that's why I love Tally. She's like, oh, we're committing crime right now. So cool. You know, I can't believe we're committing crime. This is awesome. I love Tally. She's always happy. Always excited to try new things.
Your father probably had some political pull, right? He wouldn't let them throw his little girl in jail.
Okay, that...
You don't know my father. Stealing ships is a capital offense among my people. He'd probably want to execute us himself.
That's awesome. Well, hopefully it doesn't, you know, hopefully it doesn't get there.
The Normandy's the best ship in the fleet. They'll never catch us.
I hope you're right.
I should go.
See you later.
That was great. What's a pilgrimage without a little crime? Yeah. Yeah, that was neat. I love that everyone had something to say about this. I'm hoping for more of that in the future. I understand, you know, like limitations, like recording lines for everything and writing lines for everything. It's a lot of effort. There's so many side quests and all that, right? So it makes sense that only the big story beats would have something. But even some of the big story beats didn't really have anything. I'm hoping in the future, at least the big story beats will have something. And maybe some of the side ones too. Because that definitely, that's the part that makes the characters feel alive for me, right? Those little acknowledgement of what's going on and all that. Makes them feel less like just mindless companions. That's what develops their personality. Hopefully we get more of that going forward. Alright, we're going all the way there. In the Pangea Expanse. Yeah, we've cleared every single thing in the game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. All those names are familiars. We've surveyed all of them. Just gonna make sure. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. I'm gonna add that here. There we go. Yeah, we're absolutely clear on everything. Beautiful. Future will have AI NPCs, always something to say once AI gets a little better. Shit, I hope not. That would be awful. That would make me completely uninterested in anything they have to say. It's probably the future where I understand that this is probably the future that's ahead of us, unfortunately. And I'm not excited for it, let me tell you. Because they'll always have something to say and it never will mean anything. It will never be of any importance. It will be completely meaningless. What's a vial? One day we won't be able to tell the difference between written story or AI interaction, but that's the point though. If it's created by an AI, by default it's not interesting because there's nothing behind it. There's no subtext, there's no theme, there's no actual storytelling. Therefore, it's completely uninteresting to listen to. It's superficial. Completely superficial. That's the only thing AI can produce. Because AI doesn't have anything to say. You know, it's not a living thing. Therefore, it doesn't have anything to share with us. I don't think it's necessarily just about copying. My point goes further than the idea of copying. I've talked about that a lot. You've probably missed those conversations, Lucas, but you might not have been around. But my point's always the same. AI cannot create art because it is not experiencing the world. And since it's not experiencing the world, it can't share its vision of the world. It can't share what it means to live in the world through its art. which is the only point of art. You know, like the essence of art is a human being sharing their vision of the world, what it means for them to be alive and experience existence through some artistic, you know, expression. It's the subtext, it's what's under the superficial surface of the art. That's what makes it art. AI can only do the superficial part, and it can make it look really good, but there's nothing, there's no substance. There's nothing there. Therefore, it cannot be art. The only way AI could create art is if we get to the level of actual proper sentient AI. Like real sentience in artificial intelligence. And then it becomes interesting, because then the AI can create art that's purely its own. That probably won't look like anything that we do, most likely. But it's going to be an expression of what it is to experience the world as an AI. Where if that ever happens, I doubt it will, because technologically there's a lot of, you know, hurdles there. But if we get there one day, then I'll be interested in listening what it has to say. Because that's an experience that I personally can't live, right? So it would be really interesting to hear what they would have to say in that case, right? But that's true, Vile. That's also true, yes. But, you know, that's my condition. To be interested in what AI has to say, it would need to be an actual sentient entity, right? Because that, to me, that's like, yeah, that's the interest of art, is experience, like knowing what someone else's life experience is, something I can't live through, right? And so, yeah. But no matter how perfect the LLMs can pretend to create art, I'll never be interested. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm seeing some AI art, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, this looks cool, like superficially cool, right? It looks like a neat thing, but I know there's nothing behind it, so it immediately makes me uninterested. Because that's not why I enjoy art. I enjoy art to know more about humans. Or more than just humans, to keep it open about their creators, right? But it implies that the creators have something to say. So yeah, that's why I'm not excited about the prospect of AI NPCs that everyone's excited about. A lot of people are excited about in the gaming space. I'm definitely not. I'm not interested. It doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, I don't know, Ingthar. I you know, at least I am not knowledgeable enough to know what sentience requires. Like, what are the base requirements for sentience? I don't know. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a scientist of any kind. I tend to naturally agree with you because it feels like I don't know. It's also very, you know, human-centric as a way to look at it, right? Because we value sentience as being this thing that really only matters to us, right? Like, I mean, that's we value it because that's what we experience. Nature in itself doesn't seem to, well, I mean, nature doesn't really have opinions, but if you catch my drift, it doesn't really seem to value it very much, considering our version of sentience doesn't seem to be very present outside of us in nature, right? So it doesn't seem to be something that has an evolutionary necessity or anything. So yeah, I don't know. it's hard. The one thing I will say, Ankthar, it's hard for me to imagine how far research and science can go. So it's hard for me to imagine a world where there's no point where we reach the ability to perfectly simulate a human brain, including sentience, including everything that comes with it. I don't know what kind of resources that's going to require, but it's hard for me to on a like an infinite scale of human evolution. It's hard for like in science progress and all that. It's hard for me to imagine us not ever getting there. Although there are a lot of reasons why we might not get there. Resources are limited, time might be limited because, you know, it looks like we're not doing really a great job at maintaining our living environment, you know, livable. But, you know, all those things, right? But it's hard for me to imagine we will never get there. What I'm pretty sure is I won't be alive anymore. I will be long gone before we get to that level. But it's the same idea as, you know, eventually the future of mankind is uploading ourselves into the ether and the you know, clouds of networks and digital data. That might be the future of mankind. Like you know, but that part of it is the science fiction writer in my brain, I guess. But I could see that being a real, you know, potential future for mankind. But it's the same thing. Like, it's on a time scale that I will never get to experience, thankfully. But you never know. You never know. Sometimes things go really, really fast. So, I don't know. Yeah, no, of course, Quasi. Yeah, I mean, the resources necessary to simulate the complexity of the human brain were nowhere near that in terms of, like, computing power and all that. So, I don't know. Yeah. We are a very complex machine. Yeah, we do evolve fast in some ways, but in others... Sometimes, and I don't know, sometimes it feels like the progression is more refining the things we already do without actually going further, if that makes sense to you. We're refining the things we already do, right? We don't really break new grounds, if that makes sense. And a way to illustrate that, and I know it's a little, don't jump on me with that analogy, but to me, the modern AI, the way modern AIs work, is not that different than old text-based adventure games from back in the day. It's just a bigger number of it's a greater amount of data in terms of language. But it's the same concept in essence, right? You give it an input, it gives you an output based on the data it has available to it. So it's like, it's a refining of things we've been doing for decades. It's just done on a scale that's unprecedented, but it doesn't really push the envelope that much further. And I know I'm taking some shortcuts there, but you get the idea. What's up, Rombik? What's up, Vindictive? What's up, Nibru? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think our ventures in space exploration is actually an extremely good example of that. We're just redoing what we were doing in the 60s, but better. We haven't broken new grounds, really. And I think that's a good sort of exemplification of how everything else is going. We're really good at refining the things we already do. It doesn't seem like we're great at really doing new things, but Maybe that's a bit of a cynical view of it. I don't know. Human creativity is a lot about adapting, not so much about exploring, really, if that makes sense. There's a bit of semantics in there, but hopefully you get what I mean. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But as you can tell, I'm very down on all the quote-unquote AI stuff. I'm not interested in it. I think it's an actual plague, and I think it's making everyone dumber. I think it's the chances of it creating a cultural dark age and like a, you know, is much greater than it actually doing anything valuable for us. Those are my superficial thoughts about it. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it allows us to make great strides in the fields of medical science. That would be great. I always come back to the same thing. Like, if we used AI, and we do, right? But if the real investments are in medical science and making the hard tedium of human life easier, I would be all for it. But unfortunately, entertainment is way too profitable. And so AI seems to be at least a good portion of it used for entertainment purposes, and I don't like that one bit. And then the whole, you know, political manipulation and all that nonsense, but what's up, Matt Can? Yeah, that's true, Vile. Yeah. Is sentience just a bunch of electrical signals, or is there something more to it that comes down to personal belief? I'm split about it. I don't know. I'm a pretty rational person. I think, you know, I do believe that we're very much like a pile of flesh with electrical signals going through it. I'm very okay with that notion. But I do like the idea of something a bit more spiritual. I do like the idea of something we don't really understand being there. Because I think it's an exciting idea. It's more interesting. And you know how much I like an interesting story. So yeah, like, gun to my head. You ask me if we're just if the soul exists or not. And if I'm wrong, you shoot me. I will probably say, nah, it doesn't exist, right? Like, that's my rational answer. But my hopeful answer is, I hope that it does. I hope that there's more to it. I hope that there's powers we don't understand. Not in a religious way or anything, just I think it's more exciting if there's something more than what we see. You know? But, yeah. I think the duality there is interesting. But yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, for sure, Quasi, yeah. It's, you know, the things you can't yet explain with science can look like magic. Fire probably looked like magic to you know, Neanderthals discovering it for the first time. But yeah, I feel the same way, Vile. I think there's, I don't know, again, to me it's like, I want it to be something because it's a more exciting story. Then we're just a pile of flesh and when the signals, the electrical signals stop, we're just gone, right? There's something more exciting about the idea of there's a greater, you know, plane of existence at play there. We just can't really perceive it. But do I think it's likely? Probably not. No. Is your interest in the soul narrative or spiritual? I think it's narrative. That's the thing. Yeah, Nibru. I think a lot of things, I feel the same way about a lot of things in life. A lot of time my beliefs are simply like, I think this would make for a more interesting story. I'm just, you know. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Vile Creature. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Vile Creature, you will be remembered. Enjoy the ad-free experience. I don't think there's a soul, but I'm sure we could put monetary value on it. I mean, do you not think that Christian Church and others have done have done that already? And plenty of cults as well. You wanted to not find the Higgs boson because it was much more exciting than to find out understanding was wrong and have to figure it out. Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, you know, I think I feel the same way about the idea of going slightly outside of science and thinking about the supernatural or the spiritual, or however you want to, you know, frame it. I think the same excitement is there for me, right? Maybe it's scientifically explainable, or maybe it's not. And in both cases, the unknown is exciting. And I think the process of trying to figure it out is interesting no matter what the answer is. And I think there's no, you know, I mean, maybe you feel differently or some people feel differently, but I don't feel like I have to be on one camp or another. I don't have to be like, oh no, yeah, it's just like pure science and we'll be able to explain everything. And I don't have to be like, there's absolutely necessary something that's not explainable out there and that's on the spiritual level. I don't feel like I have to fall into either of those camps. I'm happy to just have my mind open and be like, you know, who knows, right? It's fine either way. It doesn't really matter. Whether the explanation is scientific or whether it is spiritual, it's just another way we humans frame the world around us. It doesn't really change anything. At the end of the day, you know, it's us coming up with explanations for our experiences. And I think that's exciting. And to go back to the origin of this conversation, it's the exact diametrical opposite point of what AI is doing, right? Which is just superficial nonsense. We're going for the meaning. We're going for the core of it. That's what excites me. Not the superficial results, right? In fact, the answers that we find, to me, are less interesting than what drives us to find them. What drives us to seek those answers. That's what I think is fucking fascinating. The motivations behind it. That idea of, man, I wonder why that works the way it does, and I really want to understand that because, you know, I want to understand more about this weird thing we're experiencing. Existence, right? Such a strange thing. What's up, White Wolf? What's up, Egg? $10, thank you for the resub tier 3, 49 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. $10, you will be remembered. And thank you for the gifted sub to White Wolf. White Wolf, enjoy the ad-free experience. And please do be remembered. But yeah, anyway, lots of interesting thoughts. That follows any sort of rules or patterns scientifically suitable? Yeah, absolutely. All right, how about we go to Elos and enjoy some more of this story? Because we need to finish that tonight. So let's get going. I don't know how much more is left, but I'm finishing this game tonight no matter what. Elos. Zaphe is a relatively small hydrogen and helium gas giant. There are several tennis belts of debris in equatorial orbit. Spectral analysis of the material suggests artificial origin, perhaps the remains of stations that once mined Zaphe for helium-3. Agetoton has a pressure cooker atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its scorching hot surface is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of gold. Surface gravity is a comfortable 1 standard G. There are several areas of debris that may be wreckage of down Prothean aerostat colonies. Based on the size of the debris field, a population of over 100,000 was likely. Nice. Interesting. And Elos. In the golden age of the Prothean, Elos was a verdant world dotted with the spires and arches of magnificent cities. Even casual observation shows this is no longer the case. Ilos, sorry. For some reason, I think Elos sounds better. Ilos has been devastated by means unknown. Its entire surface changed to the color of rust. The atmosphere shows a heightened level of oxygen. Wildfires, presumably ignited by lightning strikes, can be seen burning on the dark side. This indicates that most, if not all, respirating animal life forms have died off. Surface gravity is a comfortable 1.17 standard G. Alright. Ooh, cutscene. I'm assuming that's the Mew relay.
Commander? We've got company.
Have their sensors picked us up yet?
Well, stealth systems are engaged. Unless we get close enough for a visual, they won't have any idea we're here.
Picking up some strange readings from the planet's surface.
Take us down, Joker. Lock in on the coordinates.
Lock in,
Negative
Joker.
On that, Commander. The nearest landing zone's 2 clicks away.
We'll never make it in time on foot. Get us something closer.
There is nowhere closer. I've looked.
Drop us in the Mako.
You need at least 100 meters of open terrain to pull off a drop like that. The most I can find near Saren is 20.
20 meters? We'll never get in close enough for a drop.
We have to try.
Find another landing zone.
There is no other landing zone.
I love the
descent
panic
angle's
of
too steep.
Presley.
It's our only option.
It's not an option. It's a suicide run. We don't...
I can do it.
Oh shit.
Joker?
I can do it.
Joker
Gear
coming
up
through.
and head down to the Mako. Joker, drop us right on top of that bastard.
Let's go, Joker. Joker's so ready for it. All right, who do we take? Liara. I mean, if we're gonna explore some Prothean ruins, I feel like Liara is pretty important. And who else? I mean, Rex does have strong feelings about, you know, kicking Saren's ass, so maybe it would be valuable here. I do want to kind of take Tali with me, but I don't know. Sure. The scene is so silly. Yes, no, yes, no. I think it was great. I love the panic in Presley's interventions. And then Joker's like, nah, I'm doing this. I got this. I love that. Good moment for Joker. Yeah, it's gonna be between Rex and Tali. I'm just not sure. Tali was the one who got us the information. At the beginning of it all. But Rex does want blood. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with the girls. It's a well-balanced team. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. And I do like Rex. Nah, I'll go with the girls. It's fine. Let's do that. Alright, let's see. What's up, nerd?
You two, keep moving inside now.
Oh, we're dropping literally on top of his head. That wasn't just a metaphor. I just
we have to get inside this bunker before Saren finds the conduit. There is no way we're getting past that door with brute force.
Saren found some way to open it. There must be some kind of security override somewhere in this complex.
Okay,
we will have to find some way to get it up and running again.
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts there. Hold on. First thing first, helmet on, total level up. Beautiful. Saren and his troops have disappeared into a sealed bunker beneath the surface of Ilo, sealing the door behind them. Override the security. Okay. And I'm assuming we're gonna have... Yeah, we're gonna have some lore about Ilos. Let's do that in a sec. What's up, Soitsu? What's up, Larry? How are you guys doing today? When the Mako landed there, and the way it sort of like moved, and you know what it reminded me of? Man, I'm sure so many of you don't have any idea what that cartoon was. I don't even know the title in any other language than French, but in French it was called Jace et les Conquérants de la Lumière. which means Jace and... Oh, I think I know. It's Jace and the Light Warriors, maybe? Actually, in English? I feel like I've read something about that at some point. I don't know if you guys remember Jace and the Light Warriors. But it was basically a science fiction cartoon, anime, whatever, back in the 80s, early 90s maybe, where they had like vehicles that each had like specific weapons and all that, and they were driving those vehicles around. Or the Wheeled Warriors? Maybe it was the Wheeled Warriors, not the Light Warriors. Anyway, Jason the Lightning League? Maybe? I don't, yeah, something like that. Jace. That was the name. And they were fighting like a weird alien plant life form that also could form into vehicles. That's what the Mako reminded me of there for a sec. I don't know. Man, that anime was really good. I mean, it probably didn't age very well, but I remember it being really cool at the time. It was very popular on French TV, which is why I was exposed to it in Switzerland. Jace and the Wheeled Warriors. Yeah. Jace and the Wheeled Warriors. Yeah, goddamn. God, that show was so fucking cool. So cool. I mean, it doesn't look very cool looking at it now because it's an old show, but it was really cool. Trust me. The French opening track was amazing. When did it come out? I would say mid to late 80s, something like that. Yeah. It was probably made to support a line of toys. That's my expectation. It was one of those shows that they would make back in the day to promote a line of toys. That's my expectation. Oh yeah, I remember Mask. Man, Mask was pretty cool. With all their flying transformable vehicles and all that. That was nice, yeah. I always thought Mask was better than Transformers. It was kind of like the same era and kind of the same vibe. Obviously, Transformers, extremely more popular, but yeah. Yeah, Mask. Series was based on the action figures of the same name. Yeah, it's always that. Like, the cartoons back in the 80s were all just to promote toys. It's so funny. Yeah. But yeah, if you have the opportunity to listen to Jace French opening... Oh, hold on, I'm gonna give you a research. Jace... Okay, hold on. I might even give you a link. If I play this, is it gonna come through on the stream? Yeah, it will. Dude, that song was such a banger. Hold on, let me, we're gonna take a tiny... This should be muted for you guys, right? Hold on, actually, it's not ideal. Let me do this in a different way. Alright. What a banger! That was synthwave before synthwave was a thing. It was like a modernization of the, you know. should sample this for a modern track. Imagine growing up listening to this. There is no way I was ever going to grow up not liking synthwave, considering I grew up listening to this. So 80s, it hurts. Love it. The beat is so good though. The beat is so good. Man, so many bangers back in those days. I wonder what the English theme was like. I'm afraid to look it up. Maybe it's the same.
Thundering
I think it's the
across
same.
stars to save the universe from the monster minds. Jace searches for his father to unite the magic root and lead his Lightning League to victory over the changing form of Sawboss. Wheeled warriors explode into battle.
Oh, okay, the
Lightning
voiceover is not... Yeah, it's the same. What a banger. Yeah, it's the same theme. For once, you guys made the right decision, because very often I look at old shows like that and the American theme is completely different than what everyone else got. And it doesn't sound too great. This is perfect. Good job. So 80s, yeah, no, for sure. Lived through the music of the 80s, no interest in going through that again. Listen, so did I, and a lot of it was garbage, because obviously the 80s was a period where all, like, you know, FM radios were becoming a big thing, and you had to fill in the airwaves, so a lot of music was produced very poorly, very fast, and much of it wasn't very great. But I don't know, there's so much nostalgia to it, right? Some of those, like, cartoon opening themes, so it gets a pass. It gets a pass, a little pass in that regard. But I mean, every decade has its garbage, you know. My teenage years were in the 90s, and I'm nostalgic for a lot of the 90s music. But you have to be honest, if you really go back and listen to it without the nostalgia, a lot of it was pretty bad too, you know. I think there's more good music now than there's ever been, because there's simply more music. I think that's just a rule that actually works for everything, whether it's video games, writing, movies, whatever. Alright, let's listen to Ilos's Codex Entry.
Pharos, like the ancient human city of Troy, Ilos is a world known only through second-hand sources. References to Ilos have been found at several other Prothean ruins, though direct study of the world is unlikely to occur. Ilos lies in a remote area of the Terminus systems, only accessible by the legendary Mu Relay. 4,000 years ago, the Mu Relay was knocked out of position by a supernova and lost. Since then, Ilos and its cluster have been inaccessible. Occasionally, a university will organize an expedition to chart a route to Ilos using conventional FTL drive. These never get beyond the planning stages due to the distance and danger. The journey could take years or decades, passing through the hostile Terminus systems and dozens of unexplored systems.
And we found it just like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that was the reason why he wanted to find the Thorian, right? Because the Thorian knew where it was, and so we got that information as well. I think that was the point of that. It's been so long, I barely remember. Yeah, Dreamseeker. Yeah, I mean, synthwave. There's a lot of like. I feel like it was like the early to mid 2010s. There was a huge synthwave trend. A lot of it I wasn't too keen on, but there's a few exceptions that I really liked. Le Matos, Join Us, still one of my favorite synthwave albums of all time. I think it's absolutely amazing. And then stuff like, you know, Toxic Avenger, Carpenter Brute, like all the quote-unquote classics, right? I think those are very solid, yeah. Although I would say when it comes to Carpenter Brute, I'm much more of a fan of his early stuff than the more recent stuff. The Hotline Miami package, pretty much, yeah. Which is funny because I've never played those games, but I know that this was, you know, responsible for a lot of that genre penetrating the gaming business back then. And a lot of streamers at the time, you know, 2013, 2014, were listening to a whole lot of synthwave all the time. What was the Toxic something? Toxic Avenger. Really good. You might have heard some of his work in video game Fury. Or Cairn, more recently. But yeah, Toxic Avenger. But yeah, it's interesting because for me, a lot of the synthwave I was listening to and a lot of the reason why I got into the genre was because...
I never dreamed I would actually find Ilos.
Yeah, you did.
My people once tried to find this world. We'd hoped we could settle here, but we didn't know it would feel so unwelcome.
Because a lot of streamers back then would listen to that on their show, like Man vs. Game, and that was a big driver behind my interest in it. I still remember the Man vs. Game streams where he would play Trials for 12 hours in a row while listening to the same track, the same Trials stage, trying to beat it perfect, you know, no faults or anything. For 12 hours in a row listening to Le Matos on a loop. I remember those streams. Those were fun. Jesus, ladies, chill! Are you guys shooting me? Yeah, they're shooting me. I thought I was getting shot in the back, but that was them. Oh no, am I stuck? Okay. Hey, anyway. Apologies, that was my little nostalgic 80s moment. I don't know why suddenly my brain saw the Mako and went immediately to Jace. Such a strange brain moment, because I've seen the Mako for weeks at this point, and only during this one cutscene did it bring me there. Can I actually kill this? I love how uninterested it is. Okay, I don't think I can kill this. Okay, it needs to activate first, which is very silly, but... God, those things are annoying. I cannot imagine this on a high difficulty. And how much of a bullet sponge it must be. Holy crap. Ooh. Are those statues or... It's always like in sci-fi or even fantasy when you see stuff like that, you're always like, are those corpses or statues? What are we talking about? They look very Geth-like, right? With the way like the, you know, like the tubes and cables go in their heads and all that. That looks so Geth-like. What's up, Kimmy? Huh. Yeah, there's something really fascinating with old Prothean art, maybe, or statues or something, looking so Geth-like. That makes me wonder what the lineage might be there. Because yeah, it looks a bit like what the husks turn into, right? The human husks. Like if you look at this, like the details on it. You have to wonder, are maybe the Geth creating the husks like that because they were fascinated by the Protheans? Think they're old, you know, maybe gods or something? I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Anyway. I wish my companions stopped standing right in front of me when I'm shooting. That'd be great. I have to dodge them to be able to shoot behind them. Pretty cool track. Courtyard. Yeah, I'm assuming there's not too much like side stuff here. Oh, geez. Omnigel. Omnigel. You know what? Omnigel. I don't care anymore. I'm not upgrading anything anymore. We're turning everything to Omnigel. You need help? Well, I doubt I can help you. Because, you know, being in the middle of work and everything. Your companions wish you could stop standing in front of them while they're shooting? Okay, listen. This is different. I'm shooting when there's enemies. They're shooting when we're in the middle of traveling between locations. How am I over? Oh god, I think the laser's overheating. Little shit. Those things are moving. The Mass Effect 1 soundtrack? Yeah, I'm split about this soundtrack. I kind of see the idea of, you know, the Blade Runner inspiration. I think unfortunately a lot of the more electronic tracks I feel don't really hold a candle to Vangelis, unfortunately. I don't know, a lot of the more electronic tracks feel very much like, you know, very simplistic arpeggiator or something on a synth. Not my favorite tracks. Everything that's a little more soulful, like there's a piano track for sad moments that I think is really cool. Obviously the main theme, you know, of when something epic happens, the more orchestral is pretty good. I think the main menu is really good. The galaxy map is really good. But yeah, a lot of like this, for instance, this track right now that's playing, I'm not a huge fan. I think it's very, I don't know, it doesn't really do very much for me. It's fine, but it feels very much like a background, you know, it's not something I'm gonna remember. It feels very unmemorable. There's not much in there. Hey, Colette is a bear. How are you doing today? How have you been? How have your gaming experiences been lately? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Trying to finish Mass Effect today. We are in what feels like the final mission, so very excited. But yeah, I can definitely feel like the Blade Runner influence, you know, that now that you mention it. When John Williams dies, it's gonna be a very sad man that week.
This place still has power. It must be running off its own generator.
This must be the command center for the entire complex. Saren's troops must have sealed the doors from here after he went inside. We will have to figure out how to disengage the security lockdown if we ever want to get inside that bunker.
Okay. Yeah, Colette. Well, the Legendary Edition is right there. Plays well in modern hardware. You can tell that it's an older game. There's a bit of jank, but it's good. There's some good stuff in there. God damn it. We are getting wrecked. Hold up. Chill boost first, and then assassination. There you go. Get the fuck away from me. Jeez. How'd you like the ending of Cairn? I thought it was amazing. Yeah, Cairn was fantastic. I'm not going to talk about it in details, obviously, because some people may not have played it and I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, no, Cairn for me was a masterpiece, start to finish. One of the best video games I've ever played. Absolutely. Liking some of the OST because of its simplicity. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Dreamseeker, like this track, for instance, is a great example. I think it's fine, right? It's a nice track for what we're doing right now. It gives a good vibe to the game. It fits well with the whole thing. I just don't think it's very memorable. I don't know. I'm not sure if I would remember the track after playing the game, if that makes sense. As opposed to, for instance, the Galaxy Map track, which, you know, incredible track. Simple but really memorable. Good hook, good, you know, little melody and everything. Yeah, I've been feeling some of the soundtrack I found some of the soundtrack not to be too memorable, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. Sometimes it needs to be just background music, right? But I mean, it serves the game well. I wish the sound balance overall was better. I feel like sometimes the sound balance is all over the place. Sounds are too loud in combat, too low outside of combat with the voices. The music sometimes keeps going when it feels like it should stop, and sometimes stops very abruptly. I have some issues with the sound mixing work in general, but yeah, that has nothing to do with the composition of course. Yeah, no, Karen's soundtrack and yeah, the ending was what a beautiful piece of video game. I know they're making a DLC for Karen. I'm hoping to play that at some point. Not every soundtrack can be like Blueprints. None of those tracks are forgettable. Yeah, no, Blueprints. Holy fuck, that game, man. One of the best soundtracks I've ever heard, for sure. Definitely soundtrack of the year last year, in my opinion.
Come, Saren already has a head start. We have to go find him before he reaches the conduit.
Unless he's already found it. Then we're just walking into a trap.
That is a chance we will have to take.
Hold on. Something's happening.
Too late. Unable to... Invading fleets. No escape.
Sounds like some kind of message, but I don't recognize the language.
It is probably in Prothean. This recording must be 50,000 years old. No wonder we cannot understand it.
Oh, they can't. I can't. Oh my god. That is such an interesting detail. I was just thinking, like, what if it's a Prothean thing, but how come we understand it? Like, how come it's in English was my thought, which I understand English is just... There's, like, universal translation happening in the game with, you know, various systems. This is interesting there. What's up, Turin? I like the game, yeah. I think a lot of the side content in the game, Turin, is very superfluous and forgettable. A lot of the side quests, I just wanted to get it over with. It wasn't very interesting. But the main story has consistently been very engaging. Yeah, I like the game. The characters are great. Did you beat Blueprints? Well, I played to satisfaction for now. I know there's plenty more because there's stuff that I've never figured out yet. But I've played to a good amount of satisfaction. I've completed like the 8 locked doors, which was one of my big goals, and then found like the deed or whatever it's called in the main room, right? But yeah, there's more mysteries that I haven't uncovered, and yeah, but I'm okay. I was okay putting it down for now. I was satisfied. I might return to it one day to explore more of it, but yeah, I feel like, you know, for me it's one of those games where I don't feel the need to complete every little things before I can move on from it. I'm just, you know, I'm okay with leaving some things unanswered. And maybe I return to it and maybe I don't. You know, it's one of those things. I don't mind. The game is that good that I can feel very satisfied without seeing every little corner of it. Because it's such a well put together game. Yeah, I was pretty far. I was very deep in the post credit, right, which is basically the tutorial. Yeah, I think, I mean, I like figuring everything out if I can, but I also don't want to get to the point where I'm burning out on the game, right? And I had been playing that game for more than 3 months, I think, when I stopped. So it was time to move on to something else. I feel like otherwise I get to the point where I start to dislike the thing, which is a shame, right? Just out of just being tired of it or burning out on the loop and everything. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like a lot of those mysteries also, like some of the more complex stuff, I'm not even sure I could figure it out by myself, and I definitely do not want to look anything up or get any sort of hints, which obviously, you know, maybe I'm just not smart enough to figure it all out by myself, right? So maybe sometimes it's better to leave some things unknown, right? Just like in life, I wish I understood the universe, or, you know, I wish I understood physics better. Am I willing to study to understand everything by myself? No, probably not. I'll read, like I'll watch a YouTube video that explains it in simple terms. Like I'm not, you know. But for video games, I'm trying to figure it out all by myself, right? I can't watch or require any other help, so. it's kind of a bit of a hurdle, I guess. Come on, camera, please. Okay, now. This is unreasonable. There we go. But yeah, hopefully my goal is to finish Mass Effect 1 tonight, and then on Sunday we'll see what we begin. I'm not entirely sure yet. The front runners in my mind right now for the next game are Esoteric Ebb, Slay the Princess, and potentially Darkest Dungeon. Although that one's a little bit behind, I would say. I think Esoteric Ebb's the front runner, but I don't know. I am not 100% sure yet, so we'll have to see. I try to not make hard plans before I'm completely convinced, because I might do a pivot at the last second and do something completely different, so you never know. But yeah, we're taking a short break from Mass Effect after the first game. Same reason, I don't want to burn out on it. I would rather leave some time pass, like a month or something, and then when we return to Mass Effect 2, it's going to be exciting, because, you know, I'm going to be excited to see more of the story. I like to build that excitement for myself and make me miss the characters in the game before playing the sequel. Yeah. Yeah, Colette, don't know anything about the ND struggle a bit more. Yeah. I mean, it's a very, like, there's a bit of that Disco Elysium sort of approach to it, right? But it's very, like, it feels from the low life scene very deep into, like, the sort of D&D humor culture or whatever. So yeah, we'll see. The only thing I'm not too sure about when it comes to Esoteric Ebb is the fantasy setting. I'm typically more difficult to please when it comes to fantasy settings. So we'll see. About Disco Elysium because of you in chat. I hope you will enjoy it. It is maybe the best video game ever made. I'm not sure, but it's one of the, for sure. It's one of the best video games ever made, and it's one of my favorites. So I hope you enjoy it. I'm gonna have to do a second playthrough of Disco Elysium at some point soon. And then this December, I'm gonna have to play Zero Parades. It's gonna be our big end of the year game. So yeah, we'll see. No, that's what I was saying, Quasi. I'm not 100% sure, but it's the front runner in my mind right now. Yeah, Planescape, it's interesting because I played Planescape back in the day, right, when it came out, and my memory of it is that it was extremely good for the time. I don't know if it aged that well, though. I'm not sure. I would have to replay it. I was quite young. I was maybe 16 when Planescape came out, 16 or 17. So maybe I wasn't, you know, I wasn't in the right, at the right age to fully appreciate what Planescape Torment was doing. But I would, it's something I would have to play again at some point. But for me, I remember my thoughts about Planescape were, it's good, it's just, it's not as good as Fallout. I was such a huge fan of the first Fallout back in the day. Anything that was coming short of that in my brain wasn't getting the time of the day. Beast of Reincarnation's coming? Is that one of the... I might be wrong, but is that one of the Chinese Souls-like sort of thing that was showcased recently? Or am I confused? It's the non-Pokemon Game Freak games. Oh, okay. I'm thinking of something completely different then. My bad. But I remember Game Freaks being working on something else. Beast of Reincarnation. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. So it was the game I was thinking about. I just, in my brain, it was a Chinese Souls-like. Because it looks very similar to a lot of those, you know, those games that came out in recent years out of China, which seems to have a very good gaming production these past few years. So yeah, it was the game that I remembered. It was just not... It's from a Japanese studio, yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Yeah, with the giant wolf or something. Yeah. That looks rad. Yeah, I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Anyway, if I want to finish this game tonight, I need to make some progress. It is probably in Prothean. Recording must be 50,000 years old. No wonder I can't understand it. You can understand it, I understand it, or it's a warning. Yeah, I understand it. I'm so smart. You both are so dumb. Don't understand Prothean?
The message is all broken up, but I recognize some of the words. It's a warning against the Reaper invasion.
Of course. Between the beacons and the cipher, an understanding of the Prothean language would have been transferred into your mind.
Of course.
Not safe. Seek refuge inside the archives.
What's it saying? Can you make out anything useful?
Fought Reapers. The Citadel. Overwhelmed. Only hope.
Okay.
Act of desperation. The conduit. All is lost.
Man, this is haunting. Getting to hear like the communication when the Reaper's extermination was coming. That's kind of scary. It's not clear.
It said something about the conduit, but it's too degraded to help. We should go.
Cannot be stopped. Cannot be stopped.
Okay. Kinda cool. I'm glad I took Liara with me. She's probably very excited to see those ruins. Oh, I was not supposed to go up here. Okay. Where's next then? Hold on. This place is a little confusing to explore. Is that the way forward or is that the way back? No, we came through here. Yeah. I guess the flag's my objective. I wasn't sure if it was me clicking it by mistake. Colette, thank you for the 200 bits. It was good seeing you as well. Enjoy video games and whatever life has in store for you. Let me know how you feel about all those games. Beast of Reincarnation, and whenever you get to it, Disco Elysium. I would love to have your opinion. Have a good evening. Thank you. There's an enemy down there. Yeah, any of you played Slay the Princess? I know some of you have, because the game's been mentioned quite regularly in chat. I'm just curious. You have? Yeah. Out of curiosity, and no, you know, I'm no responsibility, or I won't be upset if you're wrong. Do you think it's a game that I'm gonna enjoy? And also, if you have any notion, how long do you think it's gonna take me if I was to play it? Based on my normal pace and everything. If you had to estimate how many weeks. Okay, that's a pretty good armor, but it's probably gonna look like shit, right? Yeah, I don't like it. I'm gonna stick with the Colossus all the way to the end, I think. I love those colors. At a minimum, you'll appreciate what it's doing. I respect that answer. I think how long you take to play it depends a lot on how into it you get. Okay, so it's something that has potentially an expendable playtime kind of thing. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh my god, I'm lost. There we go. The sensitivity in this game is very hard to get right. Did you guys... Wow. Okay, the girls wrecked that guy. That was beautiful. Could be done within a week or played much longer depending on how much you want to see everything it has to offer. Gotcha. Get wrecked. Oh, it was gonna be right there. Fucking tree, man. When your aim is good, but there's something in the way. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm feeling all sorts of way about Slade Princess. Part of me is really intrigued, and part of me is like, I don't know. I still think Esoteric Ebb's leading in my mind by a pretty significant margin. If I want something narrative heavy, I think that's gonna be the game. If I want something more gameplay heavy, I think I'll go. I could see myself going for Darkest Dungeon or Seros. I don't know. Seros has been out. I've been excited about Seros, and then the game came out, and I haven't really thought about it too much since then. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, are we all the way back to the beginning? Oh god, have I gone the wrong way? Shit. The security system is disabled. Return to your vehicle. Okay, never mind. We did what we had to. And enter the archives. That sounds like a...
Take the vehicle into the creepy underground bunker.
Good idea. The firepower will come in handy.
Why would Liara call it the creepy underground bunker? She would probably love... That doesn't sound like a Liara line, I'm gonna say that. Liara would be like, can you drop me on the side of the road? I want to take my time and explore everything. But yeah, it being called the Archives is very exciting for me. Are we gonna learn things about the Protheans?
I have spent my life studying the Protheans, but I never dreamed I would discover anything like this. This bunker might have been the last refuge of their entire species. Just imagine what mysteries it might hold.
Oh.
Imagine what secrets it might reveal.
Please, try to remember why we're here. Saren, the Conduit, the fate of the entire known galaxy.
I am sorry. I was swept up in the moment. I just hope we have the opportunity to study this place in detail after this is done.
See, that's Liara right there.
I thought Saren would have set some kind of trap or ambush for us. They must have been in too much of a hurry.
Or we just have yet to run into it.
That's Liara right there. Not the dark bunker or whatever. No. The, you know, she wants to see this place. It feels like the line with the dark bunker or whatever, that would be said by any companion you bring with you, right? Whereas this one was specific to Liara. So this... Are those... I'm not sure if we're looking at, you know, like maybe data archiving of some kind, like those are like Prothean hard drives, or if we're looking at something like old cryo beds, you know, like they would hide in there in sort of like cryo beds or something to try to escape inside a protected bunker. Because it does look like the aesthetic makes me think of the Matrix, you know, with all the stuff like that, right? With all kinds of cryo beds and everything. Or, in fact, it reminds me a little bit of one of the locations in my second novel. I'm not going to talk about any further, but there is a location that, in my mind, kind of looked like this. In many ways. Yeah. Interesting. I love when that happens. This looks really cool, though. Holy fuck. Damn, look at this. Oh, jeez. Sorry. I'll try to stay on the road. Yeah, no, this is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, Vindictive. At least the main story stuff, right? Like, this is so leaps and bounds above any of the side content. Which, you know, the side contents, you can tell there's a lot of creativity and ideas there. At least from the writers and all that. It's just, they must have either lacked the time, budget, or, you know, manpower to do more with those side stories, I guess. So a lot of reused assets and all that, but like I said yesterday, I would much rather it be this way. I would much rather the main story be excellent and the side content being a little inferior, rather than the other way around, like some games have, where you're playing the side content and it's amazing, and then you do the main story and you're like, what the who wrote this? Like, this is just, yeah. I would much rather have it this way. The music here is very nice too. Just an ambient
What are
drone.
all those things on the wall? Some kind of containers?
They look like stasis pods. The Protheans probably tried to keep themselves alive through cryogenic freezing. Something must have gone wrong. This bunker became their tomb. The pods are dead, as well as anyone inside.
Well.
All of them? There must be hundreds of those pods.
Thousands!
What was Saren expecting to find here? There's nothing left but corpses.
Saren. Oh, well, this is very sad. What a sad, sad discovery. Yeah, I feel that way, person. I definitely do agree. I do think smaller scale, smaller scope generally is better if you're lacking the resources to... Oh my god, the goosebumps. Insane. My spine is still shivering. The callback to the main menu theme there. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's art right there. But yeah, person, I feel to that point, I think Mass Effect sort of has this weird challenge of it's a space game. You need space to feel big, if that makes sense. For it to feel like a space game, right? And that's a challenge, because you actually have to have planets and locations you can explore, and otherwise it's just gonna feel a little, you know, too restricted for a space exploration game, and to carry the vibe that they're trying to go for with the Spectre on his mission, and you know. So I feel like it's a fine balance in this case that they probably had to feel like they had to hit, and that came at the cost of some of the quality of the side content, but maybe by its presence it's enough. And if that side content didn't exist, it would feel too small, and maybe overall it would take away from the game. I don't know. Yeah. I'm waiting for 1.0, Kimmy. I'll play the game when it's fully out. So, years, maybe. It is the main title. Oh shit! I'm getting shot. What the fuck? How dare you disturb my peace? I was enjoying the music, you piece of garbage. Yeah, so rude. I wish there was a way to go really slowly with the Mako, which might be possible with the controller analog stick, not with the keyboard, unfortunately. I would really love to like slowly advance in those streets. What a fantastic place. Oh. I love that this is a map. Oh, there's something there. This giant tunnel. I'm assuming this is gonna be like to open a door or something. Yeah, there's like a force field of some kind. Oh, Jesus. Stay on the ground, Mako. Go further? A little further? Oh yeah, there. Jesus, that's...
What is happening?
It's a trap! Saren must have set an ambush!
I do not think Saren is behind this.
Well, let's see. Man, the music. I love a good callback to the main title. That is so cool. Aw.
I have studied the Protheans for decades, but I have never felt this sense of foreboding. What will we find down there?
Whatever we find, be cautious. If this were simply an automated trap, Saren would have triggered it as well.
So good. Ah, beautiful. God, this place is awesome. Oh. Vigil.
You are not Prothean, but you are not machine either. This eventuality was one of many that was anticipated. This is why we sent our warning through the beacons.
Looks like some kind of VI program. Pretty badly damaged.
I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you. Unlike the other that passed recently. Perhaps there is still hope.
This is incredible. An actual Prothean VI, and I can understand it.
I have been monitoring your communications since you arrived at this facility. I have translated my output into a format you will comprehend. My name is Vigil. You are safe here for the moment, but that is likely to change. Soon, nowhere will be safe.
Get to the point. Okay, if I say I don't have time for this, I legitimately believe Liara will shoot me on the spot. She will pull out her gun and shoot me right there. It's like, nah, I'm listening to this. You are not the commander anymore. Yeah, imagine finding this after all that and you're like, yeah, no, I don't have time for this, fuck that. Nah, this is full of promise right there. This is full of promise. What are you?
Are you some kind of artificial intelligence program?
I am an advanced non-organic analysis system with personality imprints from Kesad Aishan, Chief Overseer of the Ilos Research Facility.
Non-organic analysis system. Personality imprints from Kesad Aishan. Okay, so they found a way to sort of upload their personalities to some kind of AI. Yeah. What do you want?
Why did you bring me here?
You must break a cycle that has continued for millions of years. But to stop it, you must understand, or you will make the same mistakes we did. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization and the seat of government, as it was with us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay. One that links to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the Reapers will pour through, and all you know will be destroyed.
Oh. That's unfortunate. That's a problem. Oh. Man, what a clever fucking plan from the Reapers, right? What a clever fucking plan. The fucking center, like, lead everyone to the center of their civilization, for their center of the civilization to be at the Citadel, which is exactly where you're gonna strike first when you arrive. What an absolute masterful plan. That is pretty clever. Yeah. Damn. Damn. Well, I'm excited to know more. Let me... However, I'm gonna go open my window real quick because it's getting very warm. Now the sun's down, so I'm gonna go open my window. I'll be right back. Just be space. Good to see you. Hold up a minute. 30 seconds. I'll be right here. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. Citadel as a relay.
How come nobody ever noticed the Citadel was an inactive mass relay?
The Reapers are careful to keep the greatest secrets of the Citadel hidden. That is why they created a species of seemingly benign organic caretakers. The Keepers maintain the station's most basic functions. They enable any species that discovers the Citadel to use it without fully understanding the technology. Reliance on the Keepers ensures no other species will ever discover the Citadel's true nature. Not until the relay is activated and the Reapers invade.
Man, I remember early in the game when the Keepers were a thing, we were researching them or whatever, and there was that mention of a core of the Citadel where apparently they were coming from, or maybe that's where the Keepers were, living or whatever, and that nobody had access to it. And I remember mentioning Final Fantasy VIII because it reminded me of the gardens and their like secret cores that you find at some point in the game. That explains why nobody was allowed to get in there. Damn, so those cute little Keepers are actually working for the Reapers. That's very sad. That is very unfortunate. And as soon as you try to poke into them to find out more, they just deactivate themselves. Yeah, how clever. Those green little bastards. Okay, Ashley, settle down. Okay, alright, well, we're in trouble.
How do the Reapers survive out in dark space?
We have only theories. The researchers here came to believe the Reapers enter prolonged states of inactivity to conserve energy. This allows them to survive the thousands and thousands of years it takes for organic civilization to rebuild itself. But in this state, they are vulnerable. By retreating beyond the edges of the galaxy, they ensure no one will accidentally discover them. They keep their existence hidden until the Citadel relay is activated.
Damn. Perfect trap, Saren's going to activate it. We won't stand a chance. Yeah, the perfect trap. That's what it is.
The Reapers can wipe out the Council and the entire Citadel fleet in a single surprise attack.
That was our fate. Our leaders were dead before we even realized we were under attack.
Damn.
The Reapers seized control of the Citadel, and through it, the mass relays. Communication and transportation across our empire were crippled. Each star system was isolated, cut off from the others. Easy prey for the Reaper fleets. Over the next decades, the Reapers systematically obliterated our people. World by world, system by system, they methodically wiped us out.
That's something that's interesting that I never thought about, is the idea, how long did that... Because, you hear like, oh yeah, the Reapers eradicated the Protheans. In my head, I was imagining something pretty quick, right? Over decades. Long, methodical extermination over decades. Much darker than quick harvest and, Which makes sense. I mean, the galaxy is a pretty big place, but damn. Huh. I mean, you didn't surrender. I'm tempted to ask, but I already know the answer. They're not looking for a surrender.
The war was lost. If you had surrendered, they might have let you live.
No offer of surrender was ever given. Our enemy had a single goal: the extinction of all advanced organic life. Through the Citadel, the Reapers had access to all our records, maps, census data. Information is power, and they knew everything about us. Their fleets advanced across every settled region of the galaxy. Some worlds were utterly destroyed. Others were conquered, their populations enslaved. These indoctrinated servants became sleeper agents under Reaper control. Taken in as refugees by other Protheans, they betrayed them to the machines. Within a few centuries, the Reapers had killed or enslaved every Prothean in the galaxy.
Centuries.
They were relentless, brutal, and absolutely thorough.
Centuries. Yeah, it's interesting because it makes suddenly you realize that the reality of that extermination, that war, was much more, you know, a war of information, everything, rather than big machines, you know, War of the Worlds, just sweeping, exterminating everything, right? There's a bit of a, you know, they just acquired all the knowledge, the maps, the information they needed, had spies, indoctrinated some Protheans, like much more of a, you know, like a subtle war than I was sort of expecting. Yeah. Yeah. I'm very interested in why do they do this, because I have my theories. We talked about it yesterday. But I'm curious, if I can only have one question here, I mean, I think that's the one I'm most interested in.
What do the Reapers get out of this? Why do they keep repeating this pattern of genocide over and over?
The Reapers are alien, unknowable. Perhaps they need slaves or resources. More likely they are driven by motives and goals organic beings cannot hope to comprehend. In the end, what does it matter? Your survival depends on stopping them, not in understanding them.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. You said it yourself. Information is power. I'm still convinced the Reapers are scared. I'm still convinced the Reapers think that if they let organic civilization evolve, it eventually will become more than them through the same process that they went through. I'm still convinced the Reapers were once organic and they reached some sort of singularity, right? Which then they uploaded themselves into machines and networks and became immortal through those means. And they think that's what's gonna happen with other organic civilization. And then if that happens, they lose their domination, their, you know, eternal control over existence. Maybe the current Reapers, or at this point, maybe the Reapers do not remember that's why they're doing it. Maybe they're stuck in that sort of cycle themselves by just, you know, almost as a internal programming sort of situation. But I think those were the original motives. Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my leading theory in my brain right now. That's how I would write it if I was gonna write this. Because I think it makes the Reapers very interesting. Not just an unknowable alien thing, but potentially the future of our own kind as well, if we're not careful, right? That path to immortality leading to arrogance and, you know, that fear of losing control. Yeah. I mean, I don't hate the idea of alien unknowable motives, but I feel like a villain is more interesting if it's relatable a little bit. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah, maybe less cosmic, more human horror. Which I am a big fan of cosmic horror, but I think part of it is in that cosmic horror, it's still humanized through the way we interact with it, right? Which could be what they're going for here. Who knows? We'll see. I mean, yeah, but every story is old as fuck, DJ. Every story has already been told before. It's fine. You just have to tell it in a way that's engaging. Like I said, Mass Effect is just a Song of Ice and Fire in space. But it's told in an engaging way, so it's, you know, it's fun to watch. It's fun to play. But it's literally just Game of Thrones in space. If you really boil it down to its essence, right? Why did they leave? Clearly they didn't finish the job since Vigil's still there. I know it's not an actual living Prothean, but, you know, they didn't completely clean behind them. Maybe the Reapers do have weaknesses.
I don't understand. Where did the Reapers go after they conquered your people?
Our worlds were stripped bare, harvested by the indoctrinated slaves. Everything of value, all resources, all technology was taken. Certain that all advanced organic life had been extinguished, the Reapers retreated back through the Citadel relay into dark space, sealing it behind them. All evidence of the Reaper invasion had been wiped away. Only their indoctrinated slaves were left behind, abandoned. Mindless husks, no longer capable of independent thought, the indoctrinated soon starved or died of exposure. The genocide of the Protheans was complete.
So interesting. So there is a collection of resources that's taking place in technology, which again was one of my thoughts as to why they were doing it. In that way was also to, you know, find more materials to build more of themselves or repair themselves or who knows, right? So that seems to corroborate that idea. How can I stop them?
You said you brought me here for a reason. Tell me what I need to do.
The conduit is the key. Before the Reapers attacked, we Protheans were on the cusp of unlocking the mysteries behind mass relay technology. Ilos was a top-secret facility. Here, researchers worked to create a small-scale version of a mass relay, one that linked directly to the Citadel, the hub of the relay network.
The conduit is not a weapon. It is a backdoor onto the Citadel.
Okay. A little bit of irony there, right? In the Protheans trying to create that technology, and now it's what's being used. So why does Saren? Oh, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna say, why does Saren want to find it? And then my first thought was he wants to get to the Citadel through the conduit. Because then he can go there and activate the Citadel, do whatever he needs to do to activate it for the Reapers to be able to use the Citadel. But that doesn't really make sense, because Saren had access to the Citadel in the first place. He was a Spectre. Or maybe the conduit leads to a place that's not attainable otherwise. Because otherwise it's a situation of like Saren cut him, like he cut his own access to the Citadel by doing the things he was doing. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out, I'm sure.
How did you manage to stay hidden?
All official records of our project were destroyed in the initial attack on the Citadel. While the Prothean Empire came crashing down, Ilos was spared. We severed all communication with the outside, and our facility went dark. The personnel retreated underground into these archives. To conserve resources, everyone was put into cryogenic stasis. I was programmed to monitor the facility and wake the staff when the danger had passed.
Oh no.
But the genocide of an entire species is a long, slow process. Years passed, decades, centuries. The Reapers persisted, and my energy reserves were dwindling.
Damn, that's sad and dark. You were cowards. What did you do?
How did you survive?
I began to disable the life support of non-essential personnel. First support staff, then security. One by one, their pods were shut down to conserve energy. Eventually, only the stasis pods of the top scientists remained active. Even these were in danger of failing when the Reapers finally retreated back through the Citadel relay.
There were hundreds of stasis pods out there. You just shut them down? You killed them?
Yeah, that's monstrous. You betrayed them. It was necessary. I mean, I do agree that it seems like it was necessary, right? But what an awful decision to have to make. Which I think sort of, it's interesting because I think it reflects a little bit to what we had to go through with Kaiden and Ashley, right? We had to make a choice, and that was necessary but very difficult.
You couldn't let everyone die. Better to sacrifice some so others could live.
This outcome was not completely unforeseen. My actions were a result of contingency programming entered on my creation.
I bet they didn't tell the non-essential staff about this contingency.
I saved key personnel. When the Reapers retreated, the top researchers were still alive. My actions are the only reason any hope remains. When the researchers woke, they realized the Prothean species was doomed. There were only a dozen individuals left, far too few to sustain a viable population. Yet they vowed to find some way to stop the Reapers from returning, a way to break the cycle forever. And they knew the Keepers were the key.
The Keepers? Okay. I'm not sure. Typically in the game you ask the left questions first and then the right's still available. I'm a little worried of.
I still don't understand what's going on here. Why is Saren trying to find the conduit?
The conduit gives him access to the Citadel and the Keepers. The Keepers are controlled by the Citadel. Before each invasion, a signal is sent through the station compelling the Keepers to activate the Citadel relay. After decades of feverish study, the scientists discovered a way to alter this signal. Using the conduit, they gained access to the Citadel and made the modifications.
Oh.
This time, when Sovereign sent the signal to the Citadel, the Keepers ignored it.
Oh.
The Reapers are trapped in dark space.
That's why they need Saren. The Protheans actually did it. They actually managed to stop the Reapers, at least momentarily. And so Sovereign's goal was to send the signal to the Citadel, but the Keepers ignored it. And so the rest of the Reapers are trapped. I wonder, how did Sovereign... Was Sovereign... Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Like, did Sovereign... Was he given resources to be able to travel by himself from the outside, or was he left behind, like in hiding somewhere, and like you're staying behind and you'll be the one that wakes up from here? Because hiding a giant fleet you know, probably humongous fleet. I don't know how many there are, right? But like, I'm assuming it's millions and millions. Hiding, you know, that huge of a civilization in the galaxy would be rough. That's why they go to dark space to hibernate and not be vulnerable in the middle of the galaxy. But maybe you can leave one behind, right? Like one behind that's just meant to activate the thing when needed so that everyone else can come. That one you leave behind is capable of hiding relatively well, right? In the giant galaxy. So I think that's what I think is happening here. So now Saren wants to use the conduit to gain access to that same core of the Citadel and the Keepers to reset the programming so that the signal works. Right.
Saren must have some plan to undo everything you did.
The one you call Saren will use the conduit to bypass the Citadel's defenses. Once inside, he will transfer control of the station to Sovereign.
Right.
Sovereign will override the Citadel systems and manually open the relay, and the cycle of extinction will begin again.
Yeah, they've done a really good job at sort of like disseminating all these little hints, and then just everything sort of nicely fits together. I love when stories do that really well. And you think back to all the little bits and pieces that felt like they didn't really connect, or that you weren't sure how they made sense, and then suddenly it's like, oh my god, everything works. Very well done. I love that. Can you help me?
Is there any way we can stop them?
Oh, Jesus.
There's a data file in my console. Take a copy when you go. When you reach the Citadel's master control unit, upload it to the station. It will corrupt the Citadel's security protocols and give you temporary control of the station. It might give you a chance against Sovereign.
Wait, where's the Citadel's master control unit? I've never heard of anything like that.
Through the conduit, follow Saren. He will lead you to your destination.
Nice.
If the Reapers are trapped in dark space, how did Sovereign get here?
Oh.
It is logical to assume the Reapers would leave one of their own behind
Let's
after
go.
each extinction. A sentinel to pave the way for their inevitable return. Like those in dark space, Sovereign probably spent most of the last 50,000 years in a state of hibernation. Periodically, it would wake to analyze the situation. Keeping its existence hidden, it would evaluate the state of galactic civilization. And when the time was right,
oh, right.
it would signal the Citadel and usher in the next Reaper invasion. But this time the signal failed. The Keepers did not respond. Sovereign's allies were trapped in the void. Alone, it was forced to try and discover what had gone wrong.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would have to have a way to monitor the state of civilization, right? So Sovereign found himself... That's really interesting, though. The fact that Sovereign found himself alone. And like, oh shit, the signal doesn't work. I don't know what to do. Like, I wasn't, you know, prepared for this. That plays a little bit into that theme of fear that I was mentioning. I'm still gonna hold on to. I feel like it could lead somewhere. I like it.
Sovereign's the largest ship in the galaxy. Why all this secrecy? Why not just attack the Citadel?
Sovereign is not invincible. Revealing its true nature would have united the forces of every organic species against it. Even a Reaper couldn't survive such odds. But the Reapers are patient. They will not rush into the unknown. Sovereign could have been planning this for centuries, moving deliberately, gathering allies. Slowly, it has assembled the pieces of the puzzle, working through agents to keep itself hidden. Saren is the most visible pawn of the Reapers, but I doubt he was the first. Now Sovereign has grown bold. Whether from confidence or desperation, I cannot say. But it is determined to reopen the portal to dark space.
That is so interesting. It totally fits. The idea of, you know, his... I mentioned it in the conversation with Sovereign yesterday, right? He was like, oh, I'm immortal, I'm invincible, I'm not gonna answer any of your questions. I was like, this is weird. I feel like he's posing a little bit. He's not as invincible as he seems. He's not as confident as he seems. There's some fear motivating him. Desperation also fits very well there. Very cool. Yeah, just rolling a dozen bluff checks in a row. Suddenly, the character becomes way more interesting, doesn't it?
What about the beacon on Eden Prime? And the one on Vermeer? What were they for?
At our apex, the beacons span the breadth of our empire. We use them as a single galaxy-wide network to transmit data and communications rapidly from world to world. Virtually all the beacons were destroyed during the invasion, but once the Reapers were gone, the survivors here on Ilos decided to risk sending out a message. We knew it was unlikely there were other survivors, but if there were, we wanted them to know about Ilos. We wanted to give them hope, so a message was sent across the network.
You could have exposed yourself to the Reapers.
In truth, we didn't expect any of the beacons would still function, but we had to try. If there were survivors, we had to reach them.
Yeah.
The message was meant for our own people. It was coded so only organic beings could interpret it. We still didn't understand the power of Reaper indoctrination. We never realized it could lead an agent of the machines, like Saren, to this world.
Right.
But it has also led you here. So perhaps we did not fail after all.
Well, the future will tell. Keepers.
So when the Reapers created the Citadel, they created the Keepers as well?
A more likely scenario is that the Keepers were one of the early harvested civilizations. Perhaps the very first. Perhaps they responded well to indoctrination, or the Reapers simply bred them to be obedient. In any case, they were left behind to operate and maintain the Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
But the Keepers are no longer directly controlled by Sovereign or its ilk. They evolved so that they only respond to the signals emitted by the Citadel itself. When the Protheans altered the Citadel's signals, they broke Sovereign's hold over the Keepers. Now, they are completely harmless.
Aw. Well, they're cute again.
Sovereign must have realized that organic races were difficult to control.
A likely hypothesis. The Keepers evolved in an unanticipated direction. Non-organic servants like the Geth would be more predictable.
That's very interesting too. Going back to my theory about the Reapers being like the late stage evolution of an organic species, it's interesting that maybe that's what becomes their downfall. They become machines, there's stagnation, there's no evolution anymore, which means they become predictable, which means they stop sort of progressing. Maybe that's a weakness for them. Maybe that, you know, there could be some interesting foreshadowing in that one line right there. Prothean scientists.
What happened to the survivors from the Conduit project?
They used the conduit to gain access to the Citadel, but the conduit is only a prototype. The portal only links in one direction, so they were trapped on the station. I do not know what became of them then. It is unlikely they found any food or water on the station.
Damn.
I fear they suffered a slow, grim death. I only know they succeeded in their mission to seal the relay. Your presence here proves their sacrifice was not in vain.
Yeah. Sacrifice mission for the galaxy. Dark, but necessary. Subzul. We got to the lore dump part. Yeah. It's been pretty good though. Alright, I think we've done everything. Let's move, I guess. I wish this could continue for much longer. I want to know more. I want to question him. But I think we're out of questions, so let us go put an end to this. So that the sacrifice of the Prothean wasn't in vain.
Saren's got enough of a head start. Grab that data file and let's go.
Shepard, are you sure? Who knows how much longer Vigil will be here? Even now the projection is weak. This might be our only chance to speak with it, our only link to the knowledge of the Protheans. It is the opportunity of a lifetime.
I love Liara. She's so good in this. That's the best Liara has been in the entire game. She's like, what do you mean, go? We're gonna talk to that thing right there. Like, we're getting every ounce of knowledge we can get out of this. You have to let this go. There's no time. Are you insane? You know what? You're right. I agree with her.
It might know something useful.
I will provide whatever information I can. My data banks, however, are limited to information directly related to stopping the Reaper invasion.
Oh, it's the same ones. Sad. Sorry, Liara. It feels like we've exhausted everything. I was really hoping that it would bring more sort of adjacent conversation topics. More optional, right? Oh well.
I've got the file. Come on.
The one you call Saren has not reached the conduit. Not yet. There is still hope if you hurry.
Alright.
I wish I had more time to study all of this.
So do I.
We shouldn't be here. Not us. Not the Geth. Not Saren.
Oh, that's an interesting line. Yeah, sort of this place should not be, you know, corrupted by our presence, right? It's almost like a sacred tomb at this point, and it feels like we're impeding. All right, well, this was, man, that was insane. How it all brought everything together, and now you like it feels like we understand exactly what's, you know, at least not we don't have all the details about like the Reaper motives and all that, but what's the focus of this game? At least it feels like everything's been nicely tied together, and now we have like, you know, all the pieces are set. Everything that's left is just stopping Saren, right? Yeah, what a wonderful little moment there. That was brilliant. Brilliant.
All their culture, all their advanced technology, and the Protheans were taken in by the Reapers just as we were. They failed.
Just like my people. But they also gave us a chance to save ourselves. We must hurry.
That we do. I really picked the right people for this. At least Liara was, you know, what a shame it would have been if Liara wasn't there. Yeah, what a cool moment that was. Maybe my favorite part of the game so far. That was really cool. I love it when everything just comes, you know, comes together. Let's go! Charge into battle with the Mako! Oh, I thought it was an enemy. My bad. Well, I think Chess Piece's joke was more about the fact that it's a machine, sort of, you know, it's the Machina part of the Deus Ex situation, right? The revelations coming from the machine to give you the answers you need. Which I think is pretty apropos. God, I hate fighting those things. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, it's a bit of a lore dump, but it's one that's done in a way that I think for a video game works. It would be much worse if it was a novel or something, or a movie. But as a video game, part of the gameplay is having conversations and asking questions, right? So in that sense, I feel like in the framework of a video game, it's fine. It doesn't bother me at all. I do not mind an exposition dump in a video game when it's done through dialogue. And it also feels like it doesn't... Whoa. It was sort of decently set up with, you know, the beacons leading us there and... all the Liara angle with the cipher and all that, and us understanding the language and all those things. Yeah, I thought it was pretty decent. It's again like the difference between mediums, right? You have a scene like that in a movie, it would probably be pretty bad. Because the movies work differently, they have different tools to, you know, convey information. And stopping for a long conversation doesn't feel like a good use of the format. But in a video game, an RPG, totally fine. I have absolutely no problems with this. Oh, come on. Are we getting there? Yep. Oh shit.
There, the conduit. It's incredible.
We don't have time to admire the view. We have to get through that relay, and these Geth aren't gonna make it easy on us.
Uh-oh.
Activate the defenses! Seal the station! The arms aren't moving. Systems not responding. Abandon the Citadel! Evacuate the Council! Citadel Control! Citadel Control, do you copy?
Oh shit! Conduit closing in 35 seconds! Oh my god! Oh boy, here we go! No time to dally. We gotta make it. I'm not even gonna shoot those things.
Things are going to get a little rough.
Yeah, we're getting in there. Oh my god, this is so epic. Pedal to the metal, let's go! I'm not sure the Mako's certified for
Critical
FTL travel, but
detected across all monitored systems. Please begin emergency evacuation procedure.
Oh my god! That's so fucking... Well, here goes the Mako, I guess. Okay, hold on. First of all, Saladino, that timing was insane. Very well done. Very well executed. Thank you, Saladino, for 10 gifted subs to the community for a total of 1,096. What the fuck? I didn't even remember that you were above 1,000. That's insane. That's a ridiculous number. Saladino, thank you very much for so many gifted subs. I appreciate it. Crazy timing. That was very well executed. And everyone who got one, you will be remembered. Enjoy the ad-free experience. Thank you, Saladino. It's a pitsy. It survived one faster than FTL travel. Yeah, it did what it had to do, I guess. I don't know how that works, technically speaking, but it did what it had to do. Now, the fucking monument was actually a mass relay. Now that sort of blows my mind a little bit. If I remember correctly, when we first got there, I think it was Kaiden said something about it felt like it could hear something coming out of the monument, like a buzzing or something, which very, very nice foreshadowing right there. That's pretty clever. I'm not gonna lie. Now, I have one issue with it, which I don't know if it's a plot hole or what, but I don't understand how the conduit bringing people here in the Presidium, because Saren had access to the Presidium before. He didn't need the conduit to get there. So I'm not exactly sure how that translates to this gives us access to protected places of the Citadel. We'll see if there's any explanation there. I'm not sure. It feels a little iffy on that front, but we'll see. Maybe something will be explained. Yeah. Because like Saren could literally have walked in the Citadel here before he started looking for the conduit, which turns out ended up making him an outlaw and everything, right? So it feels like a little bit of a snake eating its own tail right there. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, okay, that's really cool. What a revelation.
We have to stop Saren.
Quickly, before it's too late.
Okay, girls, Jesus. I was enjoying the the view. Shotguns armed. Actually, sniper rifle. Avina!
The Presidium is experiencing severe system malfunctions across the entire level. All non-emergency personnel must evacuate immediately.
Status report.
Give me a rundown of the damage.
We have lost all primary power to the level. Environmental controls are not responding. Class 3 fires are burning in sectors 2, 3, 6, and 7. Civilian casualties are high. I am also detecting numerous unauthorized synthetic life forms throughout the station. They are believed to be hostile. Please approach with caution.
I feel like Sovereign should be more careful not destroying the Citadel if it's supposed to be the way the Reapers come in.
What happened to the Council?
In accordance with standard emergency procedures, the Council has been evacuated to the Destiny Ascension.
Wait, isn't that the ship outside? I don't think that's a very good place to evacuate them, considering that's where the battle's happening. I don't know about that. Although I still think the council's working with Saren, so I don't know.
What about Captain Anderson and Ambassador Udina? What happened to them?
I have no information on the status of specific individuals. Once the current crisis has been resolved, a complete accounting of casualties and survivors will begin.
Thanks, Avina.
Where's Saren?
Former Spectre agent Saren Arturius is nearing the vicinity of the council chamber. A warrant has been issued for his arrest, though Citadel security is unable to respond at this time.
Alright, thank you, Avina.
Come on, we need to stop Saren before it's too late.
Please begin emergency evacuation procedures. This is not a drill. Critical failures detected.
Alright, everything brings us back to the Citadel. That's kind of interesting. The final battle. Save the Citadel. Saren has used the conduit to get onto the Citadel. You have to stop him from transferring control to Sovereign. Yeah, I'm still not sure about the whole way this is set up. It felt like it would have made more sense if it gave him access to an otherwise inaccessible place in the Citadel, but maybe there's something I'm missing. Or maybe it's just done for convenience of game development, you know, when it comes to assets and all that. I don't know. Or, I mean, I have other hypotheses, actually.
The Citadel's closing. They're sealing the station.
Okay.
Don't let the enemy ships inside the arms!
Very Star Wars, once again. Oh shit! Ramming? That's BM. Oh, well. You had one job. Ooh. That one's nice. Sick visual. Love it. That's why all the side quests have low production value. All the production value is...
the elevator. Suit up! We're going outside!
All the production value was invested in the fucking final battle. Oh, that was sick! Oh boy. God damn. Okay, that is monumental. Let's make a hard save. Yeah, so I'm still trying to reconcile the logic of the conduit leading inside the normal accessible place of the Citadel. And I think maybe, but I don't know, I would have to see the beginning of the game again. Because I don't remember all the details, but maybe Saren just didn't know at first. And then when he found the beacon, and it was like, oh shit, okay, that's, you know, we have to reprogram the Citadel or something. At that point, he already was unwelcome anymore. Maybe that's part of it. I'm not quite sure how everything fits together in that specific regard, but I think it's easy to suspend disbelief. It just overall the story works. Yeah, that's so freaking insane. The scale of this is fascinating. That's scared me so bad. Okay, be patient. There we go. What are we shooting at, ladies? Ah, that's what we're shooting at. Gotcha, gotcha. Shotguns, man. Is that a grenade? Damn, this is so cool. I always love in games, or even like movies or anything, when there's something of enormous scale. I love everything that has to do with that. I don't know, that must be because of Shadow of the Colossus. Like in my mind, Shadow of the Colossus had a much bigger scale than what it actually had, I'm pretty sure. I need to play the remake one of these days. But I've always been fascinated by, you know, giant scale and stuff like that. It's like something like this to me is, I love it. It's so fucking fascinating. Yeah. Makes me think of, you know, like, even something like Cloverfield or something like The Mist, you know, when you see the giant walking thing. I always fascinated with visuals and aesthetics of that nature. There's a lot of that in Arc Raiders as well, which is part of what I enjoy about the aesthetic of the game. And in general, Simon Stallenhag's visual work. Yeah, Zulu, I think it's specifically due to the frame rate. I think the game reacts poorly to 120, 144. Anything that's over 60, I think the game fails to synchronize when you come out of a pre-rendered cutscene. At some point I was putting my monitor on 60 frames just to avoid that. But then I stopped doing it because it felt like there weren't that many pre-rendered cutscenes anyway. But today one of them came back again. But we had that issue like in the first couple streams. And I'm pretty sure it's tied to the frame rate. But the game is so smooth playing at 144. It's hard for me to go back to 60. The fighting feels so smooth. Even though you guys on stream don't see the difference. We'll see if Mass Effect 2 has the same issue, and if it does, I'll go back to 60 or something. We'll figure it out. Yeah. But yeah, I'm almost certain it's tied to frame rate. Because people who've played the Legendary Edition said they didn't have that issue. So I'm assuming, one, it doesn't happen on console, because consoles are locked at 60 anyway. And I'm assuming it doesn't happen on anyone who's playing at a lower frame rate. Maybe. Fortunately, it's not too big of an issue. It's pretty rare. Yeah, I think it's just a... Jesus, that's so cool! It's tied to the Unreal 3 engine, which is a mess. Like, that engine is a complete mess, so I'm not surprised that it doesn't deal well with higher frame rates. Hey, listen, the game plays super well, so I can't complain about a few little issues like that. Like, that game's been smooth as butter for a 20-year-old game. crap, that scale's so great. Look at this! I'm fascinated. I'm sorry, I'm just fascinated by this whole thing. Okay, guys. I'm trying to... Yeah, get fucked, that's right. Charge me again, see what happens. That shotgun is so loud. That's a blower. God damn it.
Soft skill deployed.
Am I supposed to kill the ship, maybe? I'm not sure. Like, it's gonna keep spawning unless I kill the ship? Oh, right. That's what I need to do. Oh, yeah. Let's go! Blow it up! How is that not a hit? Okay, come on now. Other one. Nice. Hello? Did I activate it? Oh yeah, it is activated. Yeah, that's how we win! Oh my lord. We are in the belly of the beast. I wonder if we're actually gonna have to board it. That thing's massive. Holy crap. I did not at all get the scale of that ship until just now.
This should slow them down.
Oh my god, a charging Krogan is so scary. Thank you, boys. By Subnautica standards. I don't remember the Subnautica classifications. Colossal? I don't remember the terminology. It's been a while. Long boy, yeah. There was the long boy, there was the big boy, the scary boy maybe, the electric boys. I don't remember all of it. I feel like I'm not doing anything to those things. Hold on. Girls, please retreat slightly.
Rally round.
I am not sure I'm doing damage. Maybe we need to, maybe it's a trench warfare kind of deal, right? We need to progress avoiding the missiles rather than destroying them. disable them? Oh. Liara hacked one of the turrets. That's, sorry, Tali. That's so sick. Tali is the GOAT. She's just hacking turrets as we make progress. What a legend. Okay, we can destroy the turrets then. Let me, assassination. Okay, that didn't work. Let's use Unity. And then heal everybody. Oh god, my heals are down. Please get in cover, Liara. Thank you. The music is really good there too. Very Star Wars final battle kind of deal. Oh my god. Huge. I like the blurriness effect that makes it look even bigger. Oh. We're here. I did not expect that for some reason. Imagine if we had a little elevator cutscene, a little bit of mariachi music or whatever. That would have been so nice. That would have been perfectly fitting with the tone of this whole thing. I don't see what's shooting me there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, ladies. What are we doing? Shotgun! Nice. Whoa. Did it disappear? That was weird. Shaky aim. You see that? You see how shaky my tracking is? It's because I'm not in a great position. I have my legs under my own butt. My wrist is all distorted. Okay, that guy is not coming out of cover. How about that? Oh, I can't save apparently. Ran out of budget, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, are you up here, Saren? I don't think I ever noticed that there's a rangefinder on my sniper scope. I don't think I ever noticed that. Huh. How is that 38? Okay, it's detecting the branches, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not? There's no way that's just 30 meters. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, okay. It works. Oh no. Are we too late? Well, bye. Oh, hey, welcome back. Fucking snake.
I was afraid you wouldn't make it in time, Shepard.
Okay, I feel like Saren's speaking to me personally right now. Listen, Saren. I like taking my time, okay? There's no such thing as being too late. In time, question mark? I'm here now. Killing Geth is slow work. That's a cool line. I am gonna go with I'm here now.
Let's end this.
You've lost.
Okay.
You know that, don't you? In a few minutes, Sovereign will have full control of all the Citadel systems. The relay will open. The Reapers will return.
Cool music. I like the little droning synth with the strings. Always a good combo. What's up, Trim? How are you today? Not this time.
I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve.
You survived our encounter on Vermeer, but I've changed since then. Improved. Sovereign has upgraded me.
Oh no. Is Saren turning into a fully synthetic being? I wonder. What have you done?
You let Sovereign implant you? Are you insane?
I suppose I should thank you, Shepard. After Vermeer, I couldn't stop thinking about what you said. About Sovereign manipulating me. About indoctrination. The doubts began to eat away at me. Sovereign sensed my hesitation. I was implanted to strengthen my resolve. Now my doubts are gone.
Right.
I believe in Sovereign completely. I understand that the Reapers need organics. Join us, and Sovereign will find a place for you, too.
Not sus at all, yeah. yeah. Suddenly is completely in agreement with the Reapers. No more doubts. Yeah, no, that sounds exactly like what you were trying to do, Saren. Instead, you fucking became a pawn. You're trying to avoid indoctrination. You still had something in you that was a little bit, you know, I can't say human because he's a Turian, but you know what I mean, right? Like, sensible, I guess. Now he's just a mindless pawn. Great. Sovereign will find a place for you too. As a slave?
I'd rather die than live like that.
Yeah.
Then you will die. And your companions. Everyone you know and love. Everyone you've ever met. Don't you understand? You will all die.
Huh? Okay.
The Reapers can't be stopped. Not by the Protheans. Not by you. The cycle always continues.
You're indoctrinated. They'll betray you, which is an option that I don't have this time. I had it last time. I don't... when we were on Vermeer. I don't have it this time. We can beat them. Alright, but let's see what our Paragon option does here. Technically called the charm option, right? Like, that's the charm skill. I'm gonna try to charm Saren. Maybe the stash will do its magic once again.
Sovereign hasn't won yet. I can stop it from taking control of the station. Step aside and the invasion will never happen.
We can't stop it. Not forever. You saw the visions. You saw what happened to the Protheans. The Reapers are too powerful.
Don't give in to them. I mean, I think he's already lost, though. You gave up. That's a strong line. I like it. I feel like Saren has so much of an ego that telling him that he gave up, that he basically, you know, like, instead of like giving him an order, like, don't give in. No, instead you go like, yeah, you were just a coward. You just gave up. I think that might provoke a reaction to whatever's left of him in there.
You could have resisted. You could have fought. Instead, you surrendered. You quit.
That's a strong line.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there is still a chance for the implants. Sovereign is too strong. I'm sorry. It is too late for me.
Oh, I thought that was it. I thought it was gonna be, it is too late for me and we're gonna start fighting, but no, there's more conversation. Okay, alright. Let's see. That's not true. It's never too late. This is pointless. It's never too late.
There's still one way to stop this. If you've got the guts.
Goodbye, Shepard. Thank you.
Oh, well, that's settled. This is so insane. Okay. Okay, I have thoughts. Pretty cool. I like it. This is kind of the Fallout 2, you know, like, oh, Fallout 1. I don't remember. I think it's maybe both, actually. But, like, huge fan of when you can talk a villain out of the final fight. Love that. Big fan. As, you know, as a Fallout 1 fanboy, obviously love that. I think it could have been slightly better executed. I feel like it was a little too, like, yeah, no, there's no way, I'm not, you know, it's too late for me, I'm gonna resist. To us being like, no, you can do it, and then it's like, oh yeah, never mind. I thought it was a little bit expeditive, I guess is the word I would choose. But overall, I really enjoy it. Overall, I really like it. I feel like it maybe could have been directed in a little bit of a smoother structure, but I'll take it. It was fun. I'm very happy with it. I think it's an awesome conclusion. Love that. Makes the character more interesting. Makes Saren a more interesting character. He actually fought the indoctrination to the level that he was able to escape it in one way, right? Yeah. Yeah, Trim, I really like that, you know, that idea of picking up on his ego and all that and just playing onto that thing. I think that's pretty cool. You know what made me think of it? I've been rewatching Brooklyn Nine-Nine recently, and there's an episode where they're trying to interrogate a guy, and the guy's unbeatable. Answers to everything, no weaknesses, except his huge ego. And they use that against him to trap him into like making a confession, which is what my brain went to, and I was like, you know, that Saren guy is kind of, you know, kind of reminds me of that a little bit. Maybe that's the flaw. Maybe I can play on that. That was great. Which, you know, I'm sure the actual mechanic is, oh, you have enough of that ability, you're good to go, right? But it's still cool that there was, it felt realistic, I guess. It felt organic in the way it all came down. And now I can use my final point! Because I'm unlocked Intimidate, because I got so many Renegade points for making him kill himself. What a play. It makes me wonder, you know, if maybe I could have talked him out of it, but without him killing himself, maybe he would have just, I don't know. Well, obviously don't tell me anything, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting sort of thoughts here. Yeah. I think this is a great, you know, great ending. Love it. To Saren's story. When you play something new that, I don't know, is it okay to speculate with you in chat? No, it's not. And the reason for that, Locust, is I don't know what you know. And obviously, I want to trust people, right? Most people that are long-term members of the community, you know, for the most part, I trust them, right? I would trust them with that power. Like, if they tell me, oh, I've never played the game, I'll trust you, and then it would be great if we could all speculate together. But the problem is, some people are going to use that, right? Some people that will always use that leeway to pretend that they don't know and actually use that to either spoil, backseat, influence your gameplay. So yeah, on that front, unfortunately we cannot have that kind of system in place. Yeah. And also, to Quasi's point, you could think of something that I don't think about and you end up being true, and then it unintentionally becomes a spoiler, right? So, you know, unfortunately we cannot, it's sad, but yeah, unfortunately it's the only way I found for me to enjoy streaming video games without, you know, I've tried things like that in the past, you know, but it just, there's always going to be people who are going to try to use that for not necessarily nefarious reasons, but, you know, to influence the gameplay in any way, and I just don't enjoy playing games when I'm being influenced from the outside, you know. It is what it is. I think part of the, you know, part of the appeal of the show, at least in the way I'm hoping that it is that it's my experience of the game. It's my thought process. It's, you're watching something that's unique to me, right? Whereas if everyone can contribute, it becomes just sort of this amorphous thing that probably would be similar to every other playthrough, right? Because everyone thinks about the same things if you put enough people together, right? So I like the fact that it becomes more unique if only my perspective colors the playthrough, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but it definitely makes sense to me. That's true, Quasi, that's true. Yeah. But yeah, what a finish to the Saren storyline. I am amazed. I am amazed that this is how it ended. Pretty cool redemption moment for him, I guess, right? In the way that he was ultimately able to fight the indoctrination. As far as we know, the only person to ever do it. Can we actually... Oh yeah, fuck. He is down there. Okay, the game doesn't let you. I'm gonna be honest, I was gonna shoot him again. Just to be sure. I was gonna shoot him again. You know, you gotta, it's rule number 1, double tap, right? You gotta make sure it's not gonna come back. Yeah, man. Saren, you were a worthy adversary. Part of me is kind of sad we don't shoot him ourselves. I wonder if Rex is here, if he's like, God damn it. I was supposed to kill him. That fucker killed himself. He robbed us of the, you know, satisfaction of actually killing him ourselves. Oh, that was really cool. Very happy with it.
Vigil's data file worked. I've got control of all systems.
Quick! Open the station's arms. Maybe the fleet can take Sovereign down before he regains control of the station.
See if you can open a communications channel.
Oh yeah, we still have that whole...
The ascension. Main drives offline. Kinetic barriers down 40%. The Council is on board. I repeat, the Council is on board.
Normandy to the Citadel. Normandy to the Citadel. Please tell me that's you, Commander.
Are we gonna have to save the Council now? Am I gonna be given a choice there? Because... okay, let's see where it goes first.
I'm here, Joker.
We caught that distress call, Commander. I'm sitting here in the Honduras sector with the entire Arcturus fleet. We can save the Ascension. Just unlock the relays around the Citadel and we'll send the cavalry in.
Are you sure about this, Shepard? Human casualties will be very high if you send your fleet in now.
This is bigger than humanity. Sovereign is a threat to every organic species in the galaxy.
True. That's why you can't waste reinforcements trying to save the Council. You must hold them back until the Citadel arms open up and the human fleet can go after Sovereign.
What's the order, Commander? Come in now to save the Ascension, or hold back?
God. Tali seemed to be of the opinion that we couldn't risk saving the Council. You know? I kind of agree with Tali, you know? Tali is number one. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta listen to the women behind you. You know, they know better. Oh man, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the potential implications of if the Council dies. What does that mean? What's interesting here is that there's three options, technically. Concentrate on Sovereign, save the Council, let the Council die. What if I pick that option? What, is it up to chance? Because that's sort of my instinct, is we really need to make sure Sovereign is destroyed, right? I don't know. Okay, so we would lose a lot of people. According to Tali's assessment, we would lose a lot of people if we tried saving the Council, right? But what's up, Naz? But the implication could be good for humanity as a whole, right? Like, in order that we save the Council, we proved our value. Maybe it gives us a place higher in the hierarchy of the council space, you know? Maybe if we let them die, it's the same result. The humans can sort of quote-unquote take over, but maybe it will feel less, you know, people will feel a bit rough about it. Man, I don't know. There is a fence, yeah, there is a fence to sit on by just focusing on the objective, and whatever happens to the council happens to the council. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I am still not 100% convinced that the council wasn't working with Saren. It doesn't look like this is where it's going, but I'm still not entirely convinced. Because they were doing whatever they could to enable Saren to get his plan to execution, so... I don't know. I'm right now I'm leaning towards this because it's a nice fence. And then whatever happens to the council happens to the council, right? Focus on the real threat. Because yeah, what if I try to save the council and Sovereign gets away, or who knows, right? I don't know. Are they evil or incompetent? Yeah. Yeah. You know, I lived most of my life thinking that people were just incompetent, or that the tasks were way too complicated for any humans, politicians, or whatever to actually be able to get a hold of, right? Because, yeah, let's be honest, it is a difficult position to be in. But I don't know, the more the time passes, the more I'm like, you know, no, this fucker's just evil. They know what they're doing. They're just absolutely fucking evil. Some of them are both. Which I don't know. I don't know what's worse. Evil and incompetent, or evil and very competent. I don't know. I don't know what's more dangerous. There's nothing I fear more than an extremely smart and skillful person with no moral compass. Yes, narco, probably. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to take any specific posture on the council. I feel like focusing on Sovereign and whatever happens to the council might be the best outcome here. That I feel like that's what I would do. Like, you know, the council, whatever. They've. Okay, listen. I tried my fucking best so that the council wouldn't be in a situation like this. Everything they've done is create a situation where this happened. I feel like they got what's coming for them. I'm gonna keep focusing on what I'm supposed to do, which is defeat Sovereign, and then whatever happens to them, happens to them. I think that's gonna be my choice there. I've done everything I could so something like this couldn't happen. And they've put hurdles in front of me at every step. I do not particularly feel like I want to save them over anything else. They haven't given me many reasons to want to, you know, go above and beyond for them. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with concentrate on Sovereign.
Wait until those arms open, Joker. We need all our ships focusing on Sovereign, even if it means sacrificing the Council.
I'm okay with that.
A sacrifice for the greater good. I only pray it is not made in vain.
I'm okay with whatever happens.
All Alliance ships, hold formation. Wait for a shot at Sovereign. Nothing else matters. I repeat, nothing else matters.
Picking up reinforcements.
It's the Alliance. Open a comm channel. This is the Ascension. We're taking heavy damage. Guardian defenses are over. Kinetic barriers are offline.
Did it turn up?
They closed the channel.
Joker! Disconnect. I love it. Oh, the music is so good there. Very Star Wars.
Make sure he's dead.
I was trying to earlier. Is he no, he's not, right? We're gonna have to fight like cyber zombie Saren. Oh, never mind. Tali is the GOAT! I'm telling you, Tali is the GOAT. She's so good.
He's dead.
That could have been Rex, though. That would have been a really good moment for Rex if that was him. But I'm okay with Tali doing it. Oh, fuck. Shit, I hate being right. That's low-key kind of cool, though.
Sovereign, and this station is mine.
Yeah, I hate being right. Fuck me, dude. Oh, well done, Liara. Well done. Okay, shield's broken. Assassination. Oh, that wasn't... winning, are we?
Sovereign's too strong. We have to pull back.
Ah, God. No shot, the game crashed. Well. Okay. I guess Sovereign really won. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let's try again. It's fine. It's fine. That was one hell of a laser blast, I guess. Yeah. Oh, come on. crashes again, I'll have to change the frame rate, see if that's the problem maybe. It's so much harder this time around. Can I skip this? It's so loud, I'm sorry.
Sovereign's too strong! We have to pull back! Negative. This is our only chance. Take that monster down no matter what the cost.
Okay. We're good, we're good. Is he getting stuck by... He's bugged. He's stuck in a diving position. He was doing some, what do you call that, like water dancing or something? You know, like when you, the underwater dancing? He's stuck. That is so funny. Holy fuck. That is so good. Beautiful. Is Joker about to be a hero?
Hard on my flank! We're going in!
Oh, let's go! That was so cool! Okay, is this over? Or is there more? Zombie Saren Phase 2.
Captain Anderson, we found them. They're in here.
Let's go!
Take it easy. It's over. You're safe now. Where's the commander?
Oh. I mean, I know there's sequels, so... Let's go!
We got your message, Ambassador. What's all this about?
No need to get worked up, Captain. I'd like to end this meeting with all my teeth still in place.
You should thank me for what I did. If the Normandy was still grounded, we'd all be dead right now.
I understand, Captain. You did what you had to do. That's not why you're here. We need to talk about what happened to the Council.
Uh-oh.
Commander Shepard did the right thing. We had to hold our fleet back to go after Sovereign. It was the only way.
I agree, but this also presents us with an opportunity. The Citadel fleets were decimated in the attack. Their losses have made the Alliance stronger.
Mm-hmm.
They can't rebuild without us. We need to take the lead in forming a new council, one with a human chairman at its head.
Of course the Ambassador is gonna use this fucking weasel. I wish I could have let him die too. That was very epic there. The moment of hesitation of what happened to Shepard, and then he just comes out, and very cool. This doesn't seem right. Will they accept that? We need to use force. I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't exactly seem right.
This wasn't some plan for the Alliance to seize power.
Yeah.
Forcing the other races to accept our leadership is going to cause problems.
The other species are scared. They've never faced anything like this before. They don't know what to do.
Neither have we.
They want us to step forward.
Okay.
They believe in us because of you, Shepard. You saved the galaxy from Sovereign. You're a symbol of everything good about humanity. Our courage, our strength.
Thank you.
The Ambassador's right. The other races look up to us now. They won't just accept our leadership. They'll welcome it.
Okay.
Given everything you've done, Commander, the Alliance will want to know who you think our council chairman should be.
Oh, I know exactly who I think it should be. I don't care. It's certainly not gonna be him. That's for sure. It's gonna be my boy, Captain Anderson. He would make a great counselor. I'm very happy we get a choice there. Easiest choice in RPG history. Maybe so, maybe so.
We're about to go into war. We need someone with military experience. Someone like Captain Anderson.
You make a good case. Captain, are you ready for this?
I don't know if any of us are ready for this, but I'll do what I can.
Let's go.
So what happens now?
Oh, this is so cool. You know what I said about not playing Mass Effect 2 right away? I'm starting to regret those words. I'm not going to do it, but I'm very excited to see where this goes. I am very excited. Very diplomatic statement, I would just say, Anderson, because you are an ass, yeah. Yeah, Trim, that's true, that's true. I think he knows what we represent. I think at this point, Udina is like, yeah, I cannot go against Shepard anymore. Because he represents everything people are looking at. If I go against him, I'm losing all my power. I think Udina is not being gracious here. I think he's being calculating, but, you know. Yeah, he's not an idiot, for sure. Well, what happens now? We quit wasting time. Now the real work begins, I guess.
The Reapers are still out there. They're coming. And I'm gonna find some way to stop them.
Yeah, we've stopped them for now, right?
Shepard's right. We're headed for war with the Reapers. If we lose, it's the end of all life as we know it. We have to show the rest of the galaxy what it takes to survive.
Are you gonna punch your palm?
With the support of the other races, we can win this battle. With them behind us, we can stand against the Reapers' return and drive them back into dark space.
Let's go. I love Anderson. God, the music, so good. Nice. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, Drew Karpyshyn wrote this. Oh, that makes so much sense. He wrote a ton of Star Wars extended universe stuff. I'm pretty sure. That makes so much sense. Hey, listen, there was a lot of jank in this game due to its age, but overall, what an experience. What a song. That guitar riff is insane. Credit music M4 Part 2, written and performed by the Fawns. Mass Effect cast: Steve Barr, Erdnot Rex. Nice. Keith David, Captain Anderson. Seth Green, Jennifer Hale. Oh, female Shepard. Okay. Lance Henriksen, of course. That bass there. Change. Perfect. It's very loud, but I love it. Damn, what a track. Holy crap. Dave did such a good job. Such a good job. Yeah, so to answer White Wolf and other thoughts, as much as I want to, I think the fact that I want to play Mass Effect 2 right away is great. And that's exactly the reason why I shouldn't. Keep that energy instead of going straight into it and maybe, who knows, burning out on the whole Mass Effect thing, right? Keep that energy of me really wanting to see where it goes. Let it breathe a little bit, you know, let the sort of dust settle. Give myself the experience of waiting, as you know, as one typically has to do before a sequel comes out. I'm not gonna wait a year or something, right? I'm gonna play one game, maybe depending on the length, a couple, right? Maybe I'll wait we'll play something that's gonna take overall a month, and then in a month or so, we'll get back into it, right? That is what we'll do. I feel like that's going to feel great for me to return to it, and it's going to be, the perfect way to sort of organize the maintain like the excitement all the way through, right? Yeah. And I'm certainly not going to partially play the beginning of the game or whatever. That's definitely not how I do things. Definitely not how I do things. We play things when we play things. But yeah, it gives us something to be excited about for, a little while down the road. We're not going to have to wait long. Let me tell you that. I'm very excited to play the rest of it. But I do like, I call it like a seasonal approach, right? It's like a season of a TV show. You watch a season, then you have to wait for it to come back, and then when it comes back, you're really excited because you've been waiting. The wait makes the excitement stronger, for me at least. But we've talked about that. I do like delaying gratification and all that. So for me, waiting is gonna make it only stronger. Well, there it is. We're back to the main menu. My timing was impeccable, by the way. We almost ended on the dot at the end of the streaming time. Extras? Achievements? I'm not interested. I don't want to look at the achievements. But yeah. That's about it. That's Mass Effect. Jesus. Ugh. What a ride. What a ride that was. Saladino, thank you for the 50 bucks. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much, Saladino. I'll put that to good use. Well, maybe I'll order some food over the weekend to watch the Switzerland game tomorrow. Who knows? Thank you, Saladino. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everybody. What a ride that was. I hope you guys enjoyed watching me go through this this video game. That was quite the experience. I am very, very excited to see where it's going. I think the game does a great job at sort of giving you a satisfying conclusion, but also giving you a hint at what's to come and the political turmoil and all that, right? I think it's doing a really good job. Yeah, no, that was great. Anonymous, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the channel. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Zulu, thank you for the tier 1, 46 month, close to 4 years. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Zulu. Everyone who got a sub or got themselves a sub, enjoy the ad-free experience. And remember, you will all be remembered, so to speak, as a matter of fact. But yeah, no, damn. I am excited to return to it, see what happens with all these characters. What a journey. I am so excited to see Anderson as a counselor. That's kind of like the thing that I'm most excited about. I'm excited to see if Kaiden's gonna have some character development. We saved his ass. I was hoping for some story. Yeah, what will happen with the Krogan and Rex and the Genophage and all that? Is Tali gonna return from her pilgrimage and be welcomed back by her peers? And there she is. Yeah. New option for the in-between game replay, Mass Effect 1. Yeah, nah, I'm not going to do that. Be serious, come on. No, yeah. Tomorrow I'm not streaming. I'm watching the Switzerland game with my mom, so I won't be streaming. Enjoying some family time. Sunday, new game. I'm not sure yet. Esoteric Ebb is still the game that's leading in my mind. But who knows? I'm also thinking about Darkest Dungeon, if I want something more gameplay focused rather than story focused. Less reading, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm also thinking about Slay the Princess. Signalis has been on my mind. Chance of Sonar has been on my mind. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes has been on my mind as well. Plenty of games, but yeah, Esoteric Ebb is definitely the front runner right now. So join the Discord if you actually want to know exactly the updates. I'll update you over the weekend before Sunday. At the latest, probably Saturday morning, I'll update you guys about what game it'll be in the announcement section. About what game we'll start playing on Sunday. And yeah, for Mass Effect 2, you know, I'm predicting pretty soon. If I were to guess, I would say Mass Effect 2 at the latest in August. Because we have to think that there's going to be a few streams canceled because of the World Cup in the next few weeks. Because I do like to watch Switzerland games. There's also my birthday coming out in July, which means we'll probably do something special on that day, most likely. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. But I would wait if I was to wager. I would say right after my birthday, like end of July or beginning of August. I'm expecting that would be the beginning of Mass Effect 2. You know, something like that. We'll see. But yeah. Yeah, person. Well, we'll miss you, but hopefully, hopefully the job brings good stuff for you. Yeah, DJ, I have other things in mind with that concept. I have a secret project that I've been thinking about for a long time. I've mentioned it in passing in the past. Nobody knows about it. But if I ever get to it, it's going to be an interesting time. We'll see. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna close this. Yeah, so again, I won't be there tomorrow, but I'll be back on Sunday for a new game. Make sure to join Discord. Thank you, $10 for posting the link. And check out the announcement section for information about what the next game will be. Again, frontrunner right now, Esoteric Ebb. We'll see if that is confirmed. But if you were planning on playing Esoteric Ebb before I play it, now would be a good time to start, I would think. I also still need to do a second playthrough of Disco Elysium, but I'm not sure now's the time for it. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I won't hold you guys here any longer. I will let you guys be on your way. It's been a long stream. We are going to leave it there for now. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys. What a ride that was. Thank you guys for being good company during this playthrough of Mass Effect. And I can't wait for part 2. It's gonna be great. Yeah, and if anyone's interested in Esoteric Ebb and you've liked Disco Elysium, it is a game that is very openly inspired by Disco Elysium. It's much more of a fantasy setting, but the sort of gameplay and seems to be very inspired by Disco. So something to look at if you're curious and you want to get it done before I play it. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for me. I'll be back on Sunday, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. To be confirmed, if I mentioned I might, at least for a little period of time until Mass Effect 2, I might change my schedule slightly and start an hour later every day, make streams an hour shorter, just for the sake of not, over exerting myself during the very warm months of July and end of June. It's going to be very warm up here, so maybe starting a bit later could help me avoid some of that heat. But I'll update everything in the announcements if that happens. Otherwise, we'll just do things as we've been doing. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys on Sunday, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.